Coolio. Right, well, on the last stream we tried doing reaction content. It went all right, and I had fun with it, but we only had about 30 viewers, so I guess people want the debates, really. They want the live discussions, they want the action. So that's probably what people really want. Let's give the people what they want, what they desire. So yeah, we're back for a bit of streaming, and we've already got Jordan in the queue. Let's bring him up. Jordan, hello, how you doing, Jordan?
I'm fine. You're doing very good job, but I think the understanding of the people about the life are too shallow to accept all the pure truth. They don't understand that the if existence in a consciousness form is a form of suffering. You know, because if you cultivate in yourself empathy, there is no way to not feel what it is. And unfortunately, the answers given by science or religion are going to dead end. Actually, they all are talking about the same.
Yeah.
Just named in a different way.
Yeah.
And the system you're pointing out about these billionaires who need to enjoy their life, and in order to enjoy, they actually created this system of education to shut down completely the right side of the brain. So there is no logic at all. And in the end, we have a society which have no empathy of the living creatures. And by the way, I disagree with you only about one thing. Maybe the flowers are also suffering, but we don't listen. We can't listen their screams. You know, I think every time when we crush a branch of a tree, it is still some kind of a pain, but we don't have the sensors to feel. You know, to listen, to accept that what they feel in that moment. So I think everything on a micro or macro scale suffers.
Yeah, well, it's better safe than sorry either way. Yeah, so we should absolutely do plant, flower extinction, everything. 100%.
And how are you handling so far? I mean, is it the movement growing or?
Oh yeah, it's going really well. Yeah, I recently posted on TikTok a video explaining that you can now follow all of our different video making activists on TikTok. We have about 40 people, maybe more, making
What
videos.
about the different regions? What about the different regions in the planet? I mean,
we have lots of Germans. We have loads of Germans. We have lots of Indians. We've got a few British people, Polish. Yeah, it's everywhere. Canadians. We have people all over the world. What we don't have is very many Americans, and I think that's because they're selfish. They're greedy people.
Probably you did research before you start the movement and join the pro-extinction, but do you know that it was a case from India about at that time 10 years ago, I suppose, he was at that time maybe 38 or 39 years old, and that guy was in a family of millionaires, and he actually sued his parents that they give him a birth without his consent.
Yeah. I looked into it. Apparently you can't do it. I was going to do it, right, for a publicity stunt, I researched if it was possible, but apparently if you do it in the UK, if you try and sue your parents for giving birth to you, the court will just throw you out, and they'll probably fine you as well.
The answer in front of the journalist was very interesting. He said, when they asked him, but why you're wealthy, why did you do that? Because I don't like the game. His answer was very simple, He disagreed with the rules of life. And that's it. Simple. So anyway, I just wanted to share my optimism with your optimism that maybe one day people will grow up enough to understand that this is an irrational stuff, all this.
It's
Is it?
animalistic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you for coming up as always. Pleasure.
But
Okay, yeah, looking to get more debates going, so we need some people to join the queue. We need some volunteers. We need some challengers. We need some gladiators, basically, some logical gladiators. Let's do battle, right? Is your logic good enough to counter extinctionism? Do you think you can really debate against providing safety for life? Can you really debate against ending suffering, making sure that no one suffers? Can you debate? Can you bring any sort of logic that says, yeah, we shouldn't help them. We should let them suffer. Hopefully, people are going to try, even if it's impossible. And yeah, let's bring on Nord. Hello.
Hello. Listen, I have one question for you.
Okay.
If you're so pro-extinction, why you don't start with yourself? Go fucking hang yourself.
Because that
Start
doesn't
with
cause
yourself.
extinction.
Be a good, like show what you want to do. Start with yourself. Go hang yourself, and that's it. End misery for yourself, brother.
Yeah, but that would be selfish, wouldn't it? So he's thinking of it in a selfish way, right? If suffering is bad, you should be selfish and only care about yourself. Yeah, that's we can do better than that, okay? We should care about everyone. So yeah, let's not be selfish. Let's make sure that nobody has to suffer. Okay? Yeah, and yeah, what an original thought. He probably thought he was the first person to ever suggest that. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
Good.
Oh, you already said you're good, sorry. Alright, sorry, I just woke up. I mean, what do you think would happen after we did that?
There would be no more suffering, so that would be good.
Well, you think that would go on forever if we destroyed every living thing?
We should try and make it so that, yeah, nothing ever comes back ever again.
Right, but suffering is a cycle, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean it's a cycle?
You can't stop suffering. I mean,
It sounds like something. Are you reading the Bible right now?
No.
Where's this
I'm not
coming from?
religious.
Where's this coming from? Are you making it up, or is it coming from the Quran or something?
No.
Suffering is a cycle; it can never be stopped. Is this some sort of Buddhist rhetoric or something?
No, you can't stop.
You're just making it up. You're just making it up. Well, we prefer facts over feelings. We prefer, real ideas. Not just made up things. If you can try and do better.
Yeah, let me explain. I mean, how do you think life started, right? It was nothing and then there was something, right? I mean,
Yeah.
It'll all just happen over again.
How do you know? How do you know?
How do you know it won't?
Well, we have to try and prevent it from doing that.
Right, but how do you know it won't?
Well, only a coward would commit to helping others with certainty that they could do it, right? We have to be willing to take a chance, not to be a coward.
Why not try and stop
Okay.
suffering?
Yeah, that was a riveting conversation there. Loving the energy of I've only just woken up and I'm still half asleep. Let's get more of that fantastic energy going. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, I have one question because I don't get what about people that get pleasure from life? Should they not live? Like people like living, and what about them?
Well, we have a choice, right? Do we make some people suffer terribly, or do we make it so that nobody suffers terribly? Obviously, we should make it so that nobody has to suffer.
Like not everybody suffers from from living.
But even one is too many.
Okay, so then everyone should like.
But look, by the logic of not everyone suffers, that's like saying, 99% of people can suffer, and as long as it's not everyone, then screw them, let them suffer, right? That's not a very good way of thinking about it. That's the opposite of what we should do.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess that answered their question. So moving on, we've got somebody called Max next. Let's bring them up. Max, hello, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello, do you have any questions for us today?
Do you honestly believe what you're saying?
Yes.
It's not just like engagement bait. You full-heartedly
Do I
believe
believe
everyone
that
should
nobody
die?
deserves to suffer? Yeah. Do you not?
Of course not. I want to live my life.
So you think people deserve to suffer,
Well, not that they shouldn't deserve to suffer, but
but they are
for
suffering.
people to do well, people have to do also badly. So
So you think that's good? You think it's fine
no,
for,
obviously not.
Okay, so
But
then nobody should have to suffer, right? It's not fair. It's wrong.
all right.
Do you have a counter argument or a question or something? No? Okay, guess not. Like I always say, there is no argument against ending all suffering. There simply isn't one, right? The best you could do is try and say that pleasure somehow justifies it. Hello, how you doing?
Hello.
How's it going? Do you have any questions
Can
for
you
us?
explain what you mean by Can you explain by what you mean by total extinction?
Yeah, the absence of life.
So does that include animals?
Yeah.
And why is that? Sorry.
Well, because animals suffer terribly and they'd be better off not existing.
And you think total extinction is the best way to get rid of suffering?
It's the only way, right? There is no other way.
It's the only way. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What about getting rid of suffering? Like, what do you mean it's the only way?
Well, it's impossible to, guarantee a good life for anything
Yeah.
in this world. It's too dangerous. But we can guarantee safety from suffering with non-existence,
Okay.
with extinction.
What do you describe as suffering? Like, what is suffering to you?
Google it.
No, I'm just asking, what do you define as suffering? Because obviously, a lot of people have different.
No, I mean,
I don't know.
there's not really different definitions. It's a pretty general
It's
thing.
not
right?
definitions. I mean, it's what you believe it is. Obviously,
No,
you're
it's
quite
not really
emotional when it
like
comes to suffering.
people don't have different beliefs on what different words mean. That's just silly, right? Suffering is obviously when you're in pain and you're suffering. You don't want to experience something. It's like a negative experience.
What's wrong with being in pain?
Well, go and get tortured, and then ask me that question again. Let's see if you still feel the
But I'm
need
not getting tortured.
to ask that question. Yeah, exactly. So it's obvious, right? You wouldn't want to get tortured. That would be bad.
So, is your argument the fact that people do suffer? You'd rather, create more suffering and kill everybody else?
What do you mean by create more suffering?
Because how would you go about total extinction?
Euthanasia.
That's a good question. Euthanasia
Yeah.
for everyone.
Yeah.
Isn't that a type of suffering for them because they don't have the choice whether or not to live?
Well, it's going to be less suffering than if they continue to live, right? And
Well,
a
why?
natural death.
Who gives you the right to make that decision for them?
I'm saying there's no suffering within non-existence, right?
I mean, there isn't, but I'd say that suffering is counteracted by living and enjoyment in life.
Right, but not for everyone. And
Not
so
for everyone.
it's not
So
fair.
so if it's not for everyone, then you can euthanize those people.
No, it doesn't work like that because
Yes, it does. You can make it work however you want it to be.
No, it doesn't. No,
Yes,
we
you
can't
can.
just use magic, right? Magic doesn't exist.
No,
We have
no,
to
no, no.
stay in
As
the
in,
real
like, it's
world.
not magic. You
can't
said
just do
euthanasia,
anything
right?
at
So
any
you
time.
go inject them with something and kill them off, and
No, it doesn't
anyone
work like
else
that.
wants to
It
live,
doesn't.
let them
It
live.
doesn't work like that.
Anyone who doesn't want to anyone who doesn't want to live, let them die and go kill them. What's
But
wrong with that?
It doesn't work like that.
What do you mean it doesn't work like that? It doesn't. Total extinction is not going to work either. It doesn't work
not?
like, we're gonna end all of
Well,
humanity.
you're
and
suggesting
all of,
something that's not even hypothetically possible.
This
right?
is not even hypothetically
Why?
possible.
Why?
What's euthanizing people that suffer is more possible than what you're suggesting with total extinction.
No, that is total extinction. It's euthanasia.
Yeah.
What you're suggesting is that we can only, end all suffering and prevent all suffering with euthanasia in specific cases after it's too late, right? After they've already suffered. So that doesn't actually prevent suffering at all.
Let them suffer and kill them off so then they don't suffer
But
even
that's
more.
disgusting. That's immoral.
How's
That's
that disgusting?
unethical.
It's unethical to kill everyone else.
How?
because they want to live.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's unethical.
Oh, okay. So you obviously have a different. One second, bro.
So you think it's ethical to let people suffer and then have to be murdered, right? You think that's ethical?
It's not for me. I don't actually
Yeah,
think
you're
that
talking
should happen.
nonsense.
I
You're
think they
probably
should.
on drugs or something. You're out of here. Okay? Look, the brain of people like that is like scrambled eggs, basically. Okay? They're just, it's just gibberish, right? Just pure nonsense. Okay, moving on. Yeah, Shish Kabel, let's get you up. I tried to join you on yesterday, but it was too late. Bringing you up now. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I have a question about your political views. Would you
Okay.
call yourself an accelerationist?
No.
How so?
Well, extinction and acceleration are different things, completely different. So we want to grow the movement peacefully and then start running the world when we can, have enough people to do that. Acceleration is about, World War III and killing everyone and making everyone suffer terribly and make them more
Suffer,
desperate.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so it's not a good plan. It's it risks total extinction for humanity before we've helped animals. So it's not a good plan. We need a stable and peaceful society so that we can do things in an organized and proper way.
And one thing about this total extinction thing, I'm all for it, but there's one thing that's just like it's an obstacle. How will we achieve a total extinction if there's so many people against it? The governments, how are we going to outrun the governments?
Yeah, well, we have to try everything we can do, and that's what we are doing. So, but most movements in history have had the same problem where it was against the majority, right? But, like with the Civil War in America to end slavery, it's a small portion of the population that comes out and carries out the change, revolution. It's always a very small number of the population, like 1%, basically. So we only need to get enough people so that we can just take power, basically, whether it's by revolution or whether it's peacefully. Basically, just getting more people on board gets us closer to some sort of success and victory. So that's the main thing that we're doing right now.
Oh, okay, that's all I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a
And
great day.
there's probably like 50 to 100 activists in the movement who are active now. But let's say we have thousands or even millions, right? We're going to be able to start brainstorming new ideas, new strategies for taking over the world and dealing with pro-lifers, basically. So yeah, the more people we get, the more options we'll get, the more creative people we'll get, that will be helping us and coming up with better ideas. So we just have to grow the movement, and it's as simple as that, really. So bringing the next person on. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So, how do you plan on doing this? I'm very interested.
Yeah, we have to grow the movement with peaceful activism until we have enough people to change the world, make it against suffering, start running the world ethically, and start carrying out total extinction. We start with animals because they can't do it for themselves. And then eventually we do prevention of life coming back, prevention of evolution, and then we forcefully make humanity go extinct as well. And yeah, basically.
That's very interesting. How long have you been in this movement for? Like, how long have
Yeah,
you
12
had
months.
this idea?
12 months.
What motivated you? Like, what?
Somebody from the movement told me about it, and I said, "Great, how can I help?"
No, but like, what was your actual motivation for the movement? What pushed you to the extremes?
The end of all suffering.
What do you suffer a lot?
I have suffered a lot, yeah. But it's not just about me, it's about other people, right? This is the only right thing to do. It's the only correct thing to do, the only ethical thing to do. So even if you don't suffer, you can understand that it's still the right thing to do.
Yeah, well, before I was here, I didn't suffer for billions of years. I understand where you're coming from, but what was your motivation? Like, what happened to you, or is that too personal? You know,
Well, it's not something that happens to you. It's not like an
no,
event
no. Like,
which.
what happened to you? What happened to you? Like, to motivate you to the extremes? Like, were you bullied or what
No,
happened?
not really. Just thinking about the world and understanding that it's wrong, and that we need to do something about it. That sort of led me to thinking about life more and thinking about what we should do for the world more, and it gave me more empathy for those that are suffering.
That's very interesting. That was very interesting. So, look, it was nice to talk to you. I've been seeing your videos for I think it was a month or two now, and I'm gonna let the next person up because I have nothing else to say.
Great. Well, thank you for coming on. Appreciate your questions. Yeah, we've got quite a few people in the queue, so moving on, bringing them up now. Hello, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So my first question is like, for example, so you're gonna kill all of the living beings exactly. So the start of all living beings essentially happened out of nothing. So how do you plan to think that once everybody's dead, we are not just gonna live again essentially? Because it started from nothing.
Yeah, we have to research the best ways to prevent life from coming back, to prevent evolution. So we can use
No,
science.
yeah, but then we don't really know how big the universe is. So potentially there are alien lives. So what about their suffering? We are just inside Earth. We are only thinking about Earth.
Well, no, we should try and help the rest of the universe as well. See if there's anything we can do for it.
We don't really have the technology because we don't even know if alien life exists. If
Yeah,
we
but
are
but
gonna
we've
kill
got all the
everybody,
time. We've got all the time in the world to create that technology.
all right. So one more thing that I have to ask: the people who suffer essentially, why are they not ending their lives? Are they not doing it because of the social pressure? Are the people who are doing it actually like why do they end themselves and why are people not ending them if it's to end
Yeah, because
suffering?
it's scary. You can get disabled. They don't know how to do it. They don't know if it will work. It's a very scary thing to do. It's not as simple as easy as people like to think. And yeah, struggling with mental illness, and terrible anxiety and stuff, right? You're scared of the afterlife. You're scared of if you fail in your attempt. Of course, people don't just go out and do it.
Yeah, okay, all right. So one more thing, I think like exactly it's your ethical beliefs that make you think that there is suffering. But for example, like when animals are hunting each other, they don't think about others. They don't like think that they're causing suffering essentially. So what if the world is just and it's just your mentality that makes you think that this is gonna help free people from suffering?
Because we understand that nobody asks to be born, right? And that for most life born on this planet, they would be better off not being born. Okay, so they're not asking to be born. It's just a horrible natural process that's doing it to them. And yeah, we should save them from it. We should break the cycle of reproduction and pointless suffering.
Alright, so I'm gonna go now, but I just think there's a difference in our beliefs for what exactly suffering is. Other than that, I think there isn't actual arguments against your beliefs, but I think it's just for me. I think there exactly isn't much to be suffered essentially. People are just, the world is just, there's no evil, there's no good. Alright, I'm gonna take my leave. Bye.
Okay, thank you for coming on. But yeah, there is no purpose, there is no point, there's no meaning to any of it. It's just pointless suffering because of a natural phenomenon. Hello, how you
Yo,
doing?
what the fuck? I never been on live. But I agree that like all humans should die because humans experience more pain and suffering than joy. But why the animals though?
Because they suffer even worse than we do. Most
But
animals are eaten alive as babies. So you wouldn't want to experience that, and they shouldn't have to either.
But like they don't have the mental capacity to suffer as much as we do, right?
I don't know. I mean, you know, if you saw a cow get eaten alive by wolves or something, that's probably suffering more than you do, right?
No, because they don't have the complexity of our brains to comprehend that suffering.
What, so animal abuse is okay, they never suffer ever?
No, they do suffer, just not as much as we do, and not
Right,
not
but
as
again, so you think that you stubbing your toe is worse than being eaten alive?
no.
So explain that.
They just don't have the mental capacity to suffer in the ways that humans do. So I agree
So you
that
don't
all
think they
humans should
suffer
die.
terribly when they're eaten alive?
Yes, but
Okay, so you don't think that suffering is obviously worse than you stubbing your toe?
yeah, stubbing my toe is not that bad. But I, for example, I have a good life. But there are a lot of people that suffer all their whole their
Yeah,
life,
animals
their
as
whole
well.
life.
Animals too.
No,
No, animals don't suffer.
animals do suffer, but animals that are not in captivity and just live in nature don't suffer the whole life.
How do
And
you know?
because that's the way how nature works. If
Why
they're
can't they suffer their whole life? They do, by the way. So what makes you think that they can't?
no, if they live in their natural habitat,
Yeah.
then they have a good life.
How do you know? Well, most of them are eaten alive as babies, so that kind of seems to fly in the face of what you're saying. Makes it sound like you're talking absolute nonsense.
Sure.
Most children born in nature are eaten alive as babies, right? Most animals will die a horrific
Yeah,
death.
but like you're constantly talking about like one moment, like being eaten alive. But
But
humans,
if you're literally born and then eaten alive, then that's not just one moment, that's your only moment, right?
yeah, no, that's true. But if you're born as an animal and you don't get eaten right away and you just have a normal life in your natural habitat, then that is way less suffering than most of humans' life because
That's wrong. That's wrong. Most
why?
animals in nature are having to run, they're having to kill each other for survival. Look, most humans have got Netflix, they have a mattress, they have blankets, they have. Look, animals don't have medicine, shelter, nothing, right? So the idea that they're having a good life, it's a joke. Why do you think that over 99% of them die as children? It's not because they're having good lives. They're having the worst lives on the planet. You're living a fantasy. You're not living in the real world, mate. You've watched a Disney film and thought it was real.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
But no, like
yes. Accept
animals.
it. You watched a Disney film and thought it was real, didn't you?
No,
You
and
bought
don't
the
get,
lie. You bought the lie.
bro. I genuinely like I love your opinion about stopping suffering, but I just don't get why you have to also kill the animals because, like, let me explain.
Because life isn't a Disney film. Stop
Yeah,
watching
no,
Disney
but
films.
let me explain.
Watch
Like,
real things instead of cartoons.
I don't watch cartoons.
Okay,
Stop
so
rage baiting.
So when 99% of animals die horrifically as babies, you think that the other 1% is just having a great time. They're loving life. They're not full of parasites. They're not freezing to death. They're not starving to death. They're not having to run and be chased by vicious predators all day, every day, and then get eaten alive. You think they're having picnics and they're chilling by the riverside and they're having a great time.
No.
Okay, so what the hell are you talking about? Animals suffer way worse than we do. They have the worst conditions. Humans have the best conditions.
No, maybe me and you have good condition, but most of humans are poor and live also in terrible conditions.
Yeah, it's still better than having nothing and being in the wilderness, though.
But they can't grasp they don't think I have nothing because they don't know,
Okay,
they don't
but
understand our lives.
You don't need to fully understand everything to be suffering every second of every day with chronic pain, illnesses, right? Brain damage, injuries, accidents, right? You're living in a fantasy. You watched a Disney film and thought it was real. You believed it. You watched a cartoon and thought it was real life. You did, didn't you?
But you're rage baiting me.
No, you literally watched a Disney cartoon and thought it was real. Okay, animals are suffering terribly. They're not having a great time. Animals can't have a good life, right? They can't have a fulfilling life. You know, you're saying they're not intelligent enough to suffer. Well, firstly, that's nonsense. But really, they're not intelligent enough to have a good time, to have a good life. They're not intelligent enough to take care of themselves. They rely on instinct, survival instincts, primal motivations, and most of the time they're just running, they're just trying to survive, they're trying not to die, and they're trying to, you know, put up with all the pain they've got from the diseases, the parasites, the infections they've got. You know, a lot of them are limping, they're hungry, they've got diseases, they've got, you know, several infections, they've got insects eating them alive that they're scratching at, and then they're being chased, you know, horrifically. You know, they're having to run for their lives, right? Literally. And then most of them get eaten or they get attacked, and then, you know, they're crippled. Where is the fun in that, right? You know, the idea that you would want to be a wild animal, or that any wild animal is having a good time, is a complete fantasy. Like, you genuinely have to be insane to think that they're having any sort of good time. It's just about survival, and there's no room for anything else apart from suffering. Ben, how you doing?
What's up, bud?
Yeah, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I just want to like really clearly understand why suffering is immoral.
Because, you know, if you care about life, then you'll care about it when it suffers, and you won't want it to suffer.
Yeah, but can you explain why that's bad? Like why I would do that?
Well, yeah,
There's
because
obvious things that come to mind, but I want to hear it from you.
yeah, I mean, we should care about all life, right? There's no reason not to. There's nothing else to care about, and they need help. And yeah, we should help all life. We should all be connected to every life form, right? And try and help everyone.
If I were to ask you the same question again, would that be annoying?
No. So, you know, understanding that life is suffering terribly, yeah, we have a choice. Do we care about it or not care about it? And
But like the obvious argument is that most beings actually, yeah, most beings, or let's just stick with humans. Is that okay, or is that like kind of break?
no, we can't really stick to humans because it's about all life.
Okay. But most humans, or most or just all animals. Some animals have like weird breeding where they like, you know, off themselves or whatever. But most animals, right, they want to live, right?
But they don't want to be eaten alive as babies, which is what happens to most of them. So
Yeah, but I
what they
don't
want
see
doesn't, you know, reflect reality, does it?
what they want doesn't reflect reality.
Yeah, that you said they want to live, but they don't get to live. So obviously, there's a bit of a contradiction there.
Well, by definition, we're talking about them and they're alive. But the obvious thing, right? Like,
So let
I'm
me ask you
sure
this: if you saw a human baby get eaten alive, you wouldn't care. You'd just be like, well, it wanted to live, it got to live for a short while. That's all that matters.
I'm not sure what the point of
Yeah,
your question
because
is,
that would be
your
insane,
perspective.
wouldn't it? That's what you're saying, right? Which is
Yeah,
insane.
but you're on the internet advocating to do just that,
To do what?
to euthanize the baby. You want to do that to the baby.
No, I don't want to eat babies alive. I don't want them to ever have to be eaten alive ever again. And euthanasia is not usually done by eaten alive.
Okay. So that wasn't my point. But so obviously,
Well,
right? Some
then
people
what was your point, Ben?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So obviously, right? So I'm sure you've heard this, and I wonder why you don't speak on it, right? People will weigh they have other interests, right? So I may be willing to suffer in order to acquire some other goal or some other experience.
Okay, so would you be perfectly happy if to be born as a baby that gets eaten alive? You wouldn't have a problem with that.
I think it would be unfavorable, but what's
Unfavorable.
the alternative?
Not really a big inconvenience to you then. You'd be fine with it, really. It's just
If the alternative was never being born, then yeah, I'd rather never be born.
Wow, that's the first smart thing you said.
Yeah, but I think you smuggle. I think you're smuggling some ideas because it sounds like, hey, these are victim-based ethics, right? I want to protect the victim, but you don't seem to care about the consent of
Well, life
the
doesn't
person you're
give
trying
consent,
to.
right? Nobody consents to be born. So
I think that's a non sequitur.
why don't you care about that consent violation?
I think that's a non sequitur
How?
because it has nothing to do with what I just said.
You're saying
You
that
said no,
extinction
but
would
you.
violate consent, right? But
Say
life,
again?
you're saying that extinction would violate consent. But life, if you care about consent
Not
violations, then
necessarily if everyone agreed, but so like when a child is born, right? There's no or conceived, right? There's no one to consent.
yeah, exactly. It's a bad thing.
So I'm not so you're not violating someone's consent.
Yeah, but still, they're not asking to be forced into a life of pure hell, are they?
I don't think life is pure hell.
Ever?
No.
Ever? You don't think anyone's ever suffered a really bad life? Okay,
Is
Ben.
that pure
Thank you for coming to reality for a short while. Clearly, you weren't capable of staying in the real world for very long. So we'll let you get back to your fantasy where nobody is suffering, and you can keep deluding yourself that everything's fine. So enjoy that, Ben. We'll get back to the real world, and we'll see if there's any smarter people that want to join the stream. Okay, hello. How you doing?
Hey, James, I was just wondering, so what's your plan for the future if you were to get into power, and like how would you enact your vision is basically what I'm asking.
Well, if we took power, we would start doing animal euthanasia and removing our dependence on animals. That would be probably the start. We would also start researching, how to prevent life on planets, how life does develop on planets, and
That is a thing I was thinking about. If we extinct life on Earth prematurely, surely that would give possibility for life on other places to arise.
Yeah, so it has to be the most thorough extinction possible. So it being the most thorough takes priority over it being rushed, right? So a thorough job is better than a rushed job.
So how long do you think you would, or because surely this would be like thousands and thousands of years into the future, no?
Well, not necessarily, no. It could happen much, much sooner than that.
But how do you think we can make those technological advances in such a short amount of time, Because, I mean, if we want to eliminate the possibility of life everywhere in the universe, I don't see how else you could do it other than being able to go everywhere in the universe,
Yeah, but, we can probably leave that to AI and robots, right? So we can go extinct and they can carry on the mission for us.
Another thing I was wondering is, James, do you plan on getting like a formal education in like politics or something like that so you can properly push the movement forward?
Well, I do have a degree in languages, but I'm not sure that going into politics would really help because, it's not going to be easy to get voted in to just a normal political office as an extinctionist as well. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah. Look, we are considering democratically taking over the world, but we're not in a position to do it right yet. And we'll do revolution by force if we can't.
Another question I have is, what are your thoughts on utilitarianism?
Yeah, it's it's a step in the right direction, but ultimately, I don't think it's as good enough. I don't think it's as good as extinctionism, and it still allows for suffering. Basically, it's still pro-life.
Okay, yeah, good talk.
Okay, thanks for coming on. Let's see if we got anyone else. Ryan in the queue. Let's bring them up. Ryan, hello. How's it going? Rian. James definitely needs to be hospitalized. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This life is too painful. Give me some morphine. Yeah, let's do it. And let's stream from the hospital bed while I've got an IV. That'd be fun. What do you think about suicide? Suicide only ends your own suffering. And if you're considering suicide, consider total extinction instead, don't just end your own suffering, end everyone's suffering and make sure no one has to suffer ever again, right? Okay, we've got another person coming up now. Bringing them on to the stream. Hello, how you doing?
How are you going to delete all life from Earth with a nuclear bomb?
No, nuclear bombs won't do it. So we have to use science. We have to find a better way.
How? How is this possible?
Science.
What do you mean?
There's this thing called science that lets us learn about the world and control it. You
So
should
you don't
look it up.
even have a you don't even have a plan to how to do it.
So let me ask you this. If someone said, I want to cure cancer, would you say, well, I need to know what the cure is before I support you in trying to cure cancer?
Okay. Well, second thing, I was thinking about, for example, the meteorite that extincted all the dinosaurs, no?
It didn't
And
actually cause extinction. No, it didn't cause total extinction.
do you know something about that? What did it do?
Yeah, it had the power of over 1 billion nuclear bombs, and it wiped out most life, but not all life. So it wasn't good enough. An asteroid will not cause extinction. Nuclear bombs will not cause extinction. We have to use science to find something even better, something much more thorough to really sterilize the planet and make sure that no life can ever develop again.
Yeah, last thing I know, for example, that something if you break the barrier of sound, you create a black hole, something like that. You think? No, I just heard about that.
Yeah, look, we're going to research everything, and we can look into every option for sure.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you for coming on. So yeah, people are always asking, how are you going to do total extinction? But that's not as important as just agreeing to do it in the first place, right? What's the point of saying, oh, we have to use this one method? No, we have to find the best method, and we need to get more people, more resources, more money, more scientists into the movement so that we can think about what the best method is, do the science, find out, yes, it should be done this way, right? There's no point saying, oh, you have to know exactly everything right now. No, you don't. You really don't have to know everything right now. You just have to agree that, yes, let's end suffering. Let's find a way to do it. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So you do realize that these terms only mean things in context, right?
Maybe.
I mean, it's not a maybe. Suffering only means something, right, in context.
Okay.
You can only suffer if something was good. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
And what way is it no?
Well, why would there have to be something good for you to suffer? Suffering is the opposite of that.
Right. Yes. Suffering is the opposite, and the only way you can recognize suffering is if you had the opposite.
How do you know that?
Because that's how it works.
Why? In what way is that how it works?
So, for example, right, you can only know that you like a flavor of something, right, when you experience it.
But I don't need to taste other things to know that I like that flavor or don't like it.
Well, yeah, you need to know that you need to know the
You're struggling. You're struggling.
You need to know the absence.
You're struggling.
I'm not struggling. You're just not understanding.
No, look, it's very possible to have a life of pure hell, and no, you don't need good things in order to suffer. That's absolutely ridiculous.
You do. You need to have the contrast in order to understand.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that makes sense in your head, but it doesn't make sense in the real world. You absolutely don't need contrast. Some people have just pure suffering all the time, and the idea that if it doesn't make any sense, right? He's basically saying that if you give that child a toy or something, then that contrast will make them suffer. But if it's just pure suffering, then they won't suffer. Insane. Hello, how are you doing?
What's going on?
Yeah, not much. Do you have any questions for us?
Why don't we just make everybody suffer?
That seems like it would be worse than me.
How?
Because, then everyone would be in pain, everyone would be uncomfortable, right? That's a
Okay,
bad
and
thing.
what does that mean?
And that's bad.
Okay, so would extincting all of life, that would be bad as well?
No, that would be a good thing. That would
How do
mean
you
that
say?
because
How do you come to that conclusion?
because life shouldn't exist without certainty of safety.
That's not a fact. That's just your assertion.
No, it is a fact.
No, that is
because-
not a fact. Don't even try.
Okay, well, it is a fact.
Okay, well, you're. What? How is that a fact? Explain.
Yeah, because the
Explain
only
that.
right thing to do is to have a fair world, a safe world for everyone, right?
So a fair and safe world for
a
everyone is
zero tolerance
to have
policy
nobody.
on suffering.
There has to be somebody to exist to have a fair and safe world for everyone.
No,
So
there
if you
doesn't.
extinct
That's
everyone,
wrong.
then there is no
That's,
fair
that's
and safe world
incorrect.
for
That's
everyone,
incorrect.
right?
That's incorrect.
How? If there's no form of life, how would you know that it was fair and safe?
Things don't have to exist.
Exactly, bro. You're just fucking lost. You're just up
I'm
here
trying to
yapping
answer your
about
question.
shit.
I'm trying to answer your question, right? We can have that conversation, and yeah, we can have that back and forth. We can get into it, but not if you're going to interrupt me every time I try to answer you. Okay, that's just being silly. So do better than that. If you want to have a proper conversation, we can do it.
Yep.
But if you're going to interrupt me and not even let me answer, then you're just going to get kicked out. Okay, next person. Hopefully a nicer person, a smarter person. Maybe, right? Will they be pro-extinction? Will they be pro-suffering? Or will they be pro-life? Trying to load them in. It's lagging a bit. Let's get someone else on. Let's get... Oh, hello. How's it going? Okay, there's some weirdos in the queue. No worries. Right, looking to get more people into the queue, more people to debate, more discussions going. So if you want to join up, now's your chance to join the queue. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I'm just asking. So, if you want to end all life, why don't you just end yours?
Because I'm not all life.
Yeah, but end your suffering.
But that's not what the title says, is it?
Yeah, but end yourself if you want to do it.
If I want to do what?
End all people.
But how would that do it? How would me doing that end all suffering?
It will end your point of view, your suffering.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. I want to end everyone else's.
So, I don't think it's legal to even say that you want to wipe out all of the world.
It is legal. Yeah, I've looked into it. I've looked into the laws. It is legal.
It's legal. So you would end all suffering, and how would you end people's lives? With a gun, with what?
Euthanasia, however it takes, whatever.
And how would the last people euthanize themselves?
I don't know yet. We'll have to find a way to do that.
Yeah, buddy, I don't think this is gonna happen.
Okay, well, that's just a bit pessimistic, really.
Yeah, but how are you gonna do it? With how
By
money?
growing the movement. So, yeah, we have to grow the movement, get more people to make it more possible.
And how much people do you have now? Zero.
Somewhere... Excuse me?
Zero.
How do you know that?
I think that.
Okay, well, you're wrong. So,
how much?
Are you embarrassed that you're wrong?
Tell me, how much is it?
Are you embarrassed that you just said something that's wrong?
Because I know it's not wrong.
Are
It's
you
all
embarrassed,
bots.
Luca,
I
to
am
be
not.
making incorrect claims like that?
I don't
would be
think it's
embarrassed.
incorrect.
I would be embarrassed if I was you, if I was going around saying...
I think if I was wrong, you would tell me how much is it.
We have
instead of hiding.
between 50 to 100 activists.
100 activists. So out of 8 billion people in the world, you have 100 people.
Yeah, but we've
I
only
don't think
started
it's even
recently.
1%.
We've only started
How?
recently.
When?
3 years ago.
3 years.
Yeah.
100 people. I think at that rate, until you get 8 billion people, you're going to be dead. So I don't
Well,
think
yeah, but
it's
there's going
the
to be
right thing to
future
do.
generations.
Yeah, I don't think your legacy will go on, and you
I
will.
don't.
You want to have children.
Well, Luca, it's been a great conversation, but we're going to move on to someone hopefully smarter than that. Let's see who else we got. Hello, how's it going? Hello, how you doing? What's good? Are you suffering? Do you need help? Okay. Okay, thank you for coming on. That was great. Let's see who else we have. Who else can we bring on? Hello, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Yeah, not much. You?
All good. I'm just curious, is the goal to end suffering or to cause extinction? What is the end goal?
The most important thing is to end suffering and prevent suffering, and extinction is the way to do it.
Why is it the only way? Because I feel like when people ask you how you're going to do it, you just say science. So why can't we just say we can science our way towards non-suffering in some way that doesn't violate everyone's consent?
Yeah, because providing non-existence is something that we already do with science, right? Whereas creating certainty of safety with science is the most far-fetched thing imaginable, right? So, extinction already exists, euthanasia already exists. If someone said, I want to create a chair to sit on, and someone said, well, I want to create heaven, which do you think would be more realistic, right? Extinction is infinitely more realistic. We already have euthanasia. We already make animals go extinct. We already sterilize places and prevent them from living there, prevent them from suffering.
I think it's just as far-fetched to say that we can science our way towards a happy global extinction that doesn't create a massive spike in suffering than
slowly,
over time science
you
our way
think it's going to
towards.
make more suffering, but we're already in an ocean of suffering. It would be a drop in the ocean, if anything.
Yeah, but if your answer to everything is just science, we can say we can science our way towards a drug
Well, do
or a
it then.
chemical in
Go
the
and make
atmosphere.
promagic.com.
Okay, but I could say the same thing to you. Just go do it and make...
No. You go and make promagic.com, and we'll do extinction, and whoever's first gets to end suffering first. Deal?
Deal. All right, great conversation.
Okay, yeah. And you're not going to make promagic.com because you don't actually believe what you're saying. You know it's nonsense, right? Proengineeringheaven.com. Okay, you go and make it, right? See how many crazy people join. See how seriously it gets taken. But yeah, if you're going to come on and say, "Oh, do this. This is the right thing," put your money where your mouth is, okay? Otherwise, you're just being a hypocrite. You're being silly. You're not being serious, right? Hello, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So like, where do I begin? Like, all right, how are you? So like, you're doing this unilaterally. Like, you don't care about consent. Like, if everyone said no, don't do it, you'd still do it.
Well, life already violates consent much worse than anything that we could do with extinction. And in fact, we would be putting an end to consent violations.
But two wrongs don't make a right.
How do you know?
How do you know?
So, I mean, when a police officer tackles a criminal, does that not make it right?
I would say the context justifies. Like, I don't think
So
it's...
yes, you have to enforce safety, right? Saying that we should allow cruelty, otherwise it's wrong to violate
But,
that
like-
consent. That's silly, right? You might as well be saying defund the police.
So you are unilaterally calculating like the amount of suffering that everyone is going through and determining that extinction would be preferable to the suffering that we're experiencing.
It's not about the amount of suffering. It's not that there's too much suffering in the world. No suffering is acceptable.
But like, you're making that determination unilaterally. Like, you don't care about anyone else's opinion.
Well, I didn't even start this movement. I'm just one of many, so it's not unilateral at all.
Well, like, I wouldn't say two people agreeing on something makes it objectively true. So like,
You
Two
guys as a
people. What
group
do
are
you mean by two
unilaterally.
people? I'm hearing a lot of straw mans here. So it
Okay,
sounds
so
like
you as a
you're
group are
debating
unilaterally.
against
What
a
I'm trying to
reality that
say
doesn't
is
exist
what
here.
I'm trying to say is what you're saying like defies everyone's concept of reality. Like no,
Well,
like
you're okay. Look, you're not. I'm just going to have to kick you out now because everything you say is a lie, basically. Right? Every word out of your mouth is a lie. Right? No one will ever agree to this. Okay? Hundreds of people, thousands of people already agree with this. So you're not living in the real world. We can't have a serious conversation when you're just not living in the real world.
Please.
No, we're not waiting for more of your nonsense. Okay, bring it on the next person. In 3, 2, 1, and will they load? Will they load? They're lagging. They're lagging. Okay, let's get someone else on. Oh wait, no. Hello, how's it going? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So why do you want to end all suffering?
Because we care about life, and it shouldn't have to suffer. It's a terrible thing. We should help it. We should save it, protect it from suffering.
We should protect it from suffering. But I'm saying, like, is there like a deeper why behind that? Like, do you think this is objective truth, or?
Yeah, it's objectively true that if you want to do the right thing and if you care about life, then you should make sure it's safe from suffering. And life should never exist without certainty of safety, because otherwise you expose it to unlimited danger, unlimited suffering. That's not a good thing. It's not an acceptable thing.
Do you think this is like achievable? What you're aiming at?
Yeah, we've already made several species of animals go extinct, and without even trying, right? So it's more than achievable.
Okay. So I think you're referencing like you think this is good, right? Like, how do you ground the goodness of it?
Yeah, because no one should have to be born into a life that they didn't want, didn't ask for, and to then be suffering for their entire life, right? That's like the ultimate harm, a life of suffering, a life where you would have been better off not being born. So that's not fair. And that's the worst thing possible. It is the ultimate harm, right? To be trapped, imprisoned, and tortured for a very, very long time. So, that's happening to innocents right now. They don't deserve it. It's not fair. We should have a system where nobody is at risk of being tortured horrifically. Nobody is begging for death.
Okay. So you're saying even if say that there's there's the society, but even, like you're saying, even one drop of this suffering, even one person out there, because I think what you're sort of avoiding is like
absolutely. You have to have a zero tolerance policy on suffering.
Okay. So you're saying even if an individual or a group of individuals, they're like, I'm actually okay with the suffering, I'd rather be okay with it and live, you're saying...
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily about consent for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so life evolved to irrationally think that they're not in danger, right? Whereas all life is in unacceptable levels of danger, where you're just one car accident away from becoming crippled with chronic pain and brain damage for the next 50 years, begging for death, right? So that's an unacceptable danger, and there's even worse things than that. And people are blind to it, right? That's why they'll have loads of kids, not care about how many of them suffer terribly, and they'll survive themselves, want to keep living, want to keep exposing themselves to danger and unacceptable danger that can literally make them wish they'd never been born. So there's nothing in this world that can justify that danger, that risk. And for those that are unlucky, they end up in a situation where they would have been better off not being born, but they don't realize that it's going to happen until it does happen. And so everyone is blindly walking into this danger, and everyone is falling to the danger and begging for death, wishing they'd never been born. And it's only the lucky ones who are not going through that and then ignoring everyone else who is.
Okay. So you think How many people do you think are in that position where they're sort of, is it people or is it just like animals too? Any form of life that you think is
Both,
begging?
yeah, all life. Look, right now, sadists can go into a pet shop and buy an animal with no license, no safety checks, no visits or anything. They can take it home and start torturing it for its entire life, right? And they are doing that. So that's the level of respect we have for life. It says, let it get tortured. Who cares if it's begging for death, right? But that's not acceptable.
So is it potential suffering or the actualized suffering or both? That's kind of
Both.
interesting. So I guess there's
Life was a mistake. We need to put it back in the box, basically.
okay. So do you think like extinction is an option? Do you think like utopia is an option, or do you think that's less achievable than extinction?
Yeah, it's much less achievable, right? We've hundreds of years ago they were making animals go extinct with rifles and things, right? It's already super realistic, super possible. Whereas certainty of safety without extinction, you basically have to engineer heaven. You have to have omniscience so that there's no more unknowns ever again, basically. So, if I have a child right now, very difficult to guarantee it won't have a bad life. But if I don't have it, it's safe, right? It's so much easier, so much more effective. So yeah, extinction is the only realistic way to end suffering.
So how would you well, I mean, I guess how would you implement this without causing immense suffering?
Well, euthanasia doesn't usually involve much suffering, right? It puts an end to suffering, and it's usually done in a relatively nice way. Right? Euthanasia is the best death you can get. It's infinitely preferable to a natural death where you're being eaten alive or you're starving to death or being eaten by cancer. So it can't really cause more suffering than it prevents. And even if we had to torture every animal and every human for 10,000 years to do extinction, it would still be the lesser of two evils compared to billions of more years of suffering.
Okay, interesting.
But the victims are depending on us to do this, right? They're begging for death. They're wishing they'd never been born, and that's just going to keep happening. They're going to be trapped in lives of torture. We have to save them from that.
Are you familiar with Peter Singer at all?
I know the name.
Okay. It just reminds me of that. It's an interesting worldview. I mean, it's like the opposite side of the spectrum, maybe, the extinction. What do you think? What drove you to this worldview?
Learning about the world and understanding how bad suffering is, and there are many that are trapped in lives of pure hell, and it's not fair, basically.
What do you say to people that say that they're, I don't know, whoever they might be, like what do you say to someone who says that something else is a greater evil than suffering, and like how would you, like, it feels like the only way to implement this past what someone else would want is to like force them to do it, like through violence, maybe? Is that true?
Well, we'd be forcefully carrying out human extinction with euthanasia, and yeah, it might involve some violence, but it's going to be less violence than life involves, basically. So yeah, we have to use a bit of violence maybe just to do it once, but that prevents billions of years of more violence. So it's the only right thing to do.
But say like you lose that fight, for example. So like you do the war of this, and you don't win the war of pro-extinction, and then you've caused a lot of suffering, and it will also continue into the future. Isn't that a possibility?
Not really. Any suffering that extinction or a war would cause would be a drop in the ocean compared to, again, life itself, and especially animals in nature, right? It's not going to cause them more suffering. They're already suffering. So, human suffering is a tiny, tiny percentage of suffering in the world. And then human suffering caused by other humans is an even smaller percentage. Most human suffering is caused by, diseases, anxiety, things like accidents, bad back,
So you're saying like even if you lost this war, it would still just be sort of a drop in the bucket?
Yeah, and we would just try again, basically.
I mean, it's interesting for sure. I appreciate your time. You know, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Appreciate the chat. But yeah, you know, if you care about the sufferers and you agree that no one should have to suffer, then this is the only right thing to do. This is the only way to try and fight for the sufferers. This is the only way to fight for a world that makes sense. One that says, yeah, we shouldn't be forcing anyone into a life of pure hell where they're begging for death every single day. Obviously, we shouldn't be doing that, right? But again, right now, anyone can have a child and abuse it and murder it, and they are doing that. Anyone can have an animal, abuse it, murder it, and they are doing that. So, you know, why should any animal or any human, you know, wake up to life in the hands of a psychopath who's got a knife and is like, you know, welcome to the world, bam, right? Why should anyone have to be forced into that? And to then, you know, be, you know, strapped onto the table of the torture table, you know, you're having your eyes ripped out and everything. That is happening, okay? It's probably happening right now. In fact, I'd say it's definitely happening right now. I would say that there's probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of humans, hell, maybe even hundreds of thousands of humans right this second abusing animals in some way, right? Obviously, you know, eating animals, that counts as well. So, yeah, everyone's doing it, right? I mean, even just animal farming, right? There's no excuse for that. You know, let's imprison some innocent life forms, start torturing them and exploiting them. And wow, okay, we have 21 people in the queue right now. That is much more than I expected. So let's get some people up. Bringing on the next person.
Terrible.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm just trying to work out. I mean, we have spoken before, but I just want to work out how exactly you're going to sell this idea to people. Because what you're eventually, although I completely agree with you about the diabolical nature of life and the amount of suffering is totally crazy. I'm just a bit confused as to how you're going to like sell the idea. I mean, like imagine you've spoken about on the past here about becoming the prime minister, and I was just sort of picturing you knocking on people's doors and saying, "Please vote for us. We'll kill you and your family and your pets."
Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that and going door to door and yeah, putting out that message. But yeah,
you'll get a lot of votes.
Well, no, probably not. So at the minute, yeah, running for PM is probably not the best idea right now.
Right, you're just sowing the seeds for the future.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And I mean, at the moment, I mean, like in terms of violence, like how? I mean, have you got any plans? How are you going to get your hands on the kind of technology you're going to need to extinct everything? I mean, it's quite a lot.
Yeah, so the only way this can work is if we actually run the world, basically, and run it ethically. We can't do this without running the world. We can't just release a virus or something. So, yeah, it has to be done as a government.
Right, okay. And you think that that's going to happen? You think that could happen? You think it could happen? You could run the world, right? I mean, people have been saying that for a long time, and I'm not saying that, you know, you may be right that, you know, that you have to do that, but
think of it this way, right? Vegans, right? They're not saying let's run the world, let's take over the world so that we could run it ethically, because they don't care. The world they love the world. They love all the suffering.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we are the ones saying we will take over the world, and we have to do activism to make it happen.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
Look, it might take thousands of years, but it's still the right thing to do.
Right. Okay. All right. Great. Thanks, James. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you for coming up. Yeah. Again, it could very well take thousands of years to get enough people to make the world against suffering. But it's still the right thing to do. You know, what else are you going to fight for? You know, more ice cream, more pizza? No, we have to educate the world, make it understand that causing suffering and allowing suffering is wrong. That nobody should suffer, that we should make a fair system for everyone where everyone is safe from having to suffer. You know, you wouldn't want to be born and trapped into a life of pure hell begging for death. Nobody should have to face that, right? And we're all in danger of that unless we have a fair universal system for everyone. Okay, let's get some more people on. Who have we got in the queue? Nib Henry. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, how's it going? Do you have any questions?
Yes, so first of all, like I want to start a little bit positive, like you got beautiful eyes, man.
Say again?
So my question would be, why do you think, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so why do you think that life is this terrible thing that only contains suffering and isn't worth living?
Because that is the case for many going through life right now.
Why is it that even those who suffer the most, like most of the people who suffer the most, why do you think it is that they choose to keep living and not kill themselves?
Survival instinct,
Why is it
fear.
that
They're
they
programmed by
choose?
nature to do that against their own best interest, to keep suffering terribly just for a chance of reproducing. It's tragic. So yeah, you know, life has been programmed by nature to
And you
just
think
suffer
nature's wrong?
terribly, and it's not in its own best interest. Okay, Henry, sounds like you have some audio issues, so we're going to move on to more people. Shroom is on about Danny Shine or something. Don't know what you're talking about. I don't see anything. Who's Danny Shine? Anyway, let's get the next person on. Portland. Let's try and bring up Mr. Portland. Zedo is asking, do you want us all to end our lives? No, absolutely not. We need more humans so that we can do animal extinction first. Portland, hello, how are you doing?
Uh, you bring up a very complex topic, and I was kind of struggling where to start. And I think my best idea is what brought you to this idea? Like, why so focused on suffering?
Yeah, sort of learning about the world, learning about all the suffering in it. It led me to realize that, yeah, suffering is too terrible an extreme to allow. The more I learned about it, the more empathy I started to have for the sufferers and those who are, you know, trapped in lives of hell, begging for death right now. And yeah, it is unfair for anyone to have to be forced to exist and to suffer terribly, to suffer through a life that you don't want, that you wish you hadn't been born into. And, you know, suffering can be so extreme that it's just like insane levels of torture. So, you know, caring about all life, that's kind of what I've come to do. And if you care about everyone and every last animal, then you'll care about those that suffer the most. And you'll realize that they shouldn't have to go through that it's not fair, it's not acceptable, and that we have to help them.
Don't you think the ending people's lives is antithetical to empathy? Isn't empathy's tool the way it's powerful? Isn't it based in this idea of wanting to understand other people and nurture them in a way, like
Yeah, but
make a connection to them in life and existence, because empathy itself is a tool of existence, and they're all tools of, you know, life.
no,
Like you
it's not as
mentioned earlier.
limited or narrow as that. It's about, yeah, caring for them no matter what, understanding the whole situation, the whole context. And yeah, you know, if you care about life, then you should care about those who suffer the worst, right? Right now, we ignore them, right? You have no empathy for them, but we do. And if you do have empathy for those that suffer, then you'll want to help them. You'll want to protect them from suffering. And the only way to do that is with extinction.
Okay, so My next question is, so the universe, billions of years old. I'm assuming you believe in science. You seem intelligent. Um, do you think that you can fathom what existence can be like in 1,000 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 years from now? Like, don't you see like sort of a cognitive like dissonance with this idea of like we should just end it because we know best
But
when
the sufferers
really
need
you
our
have
help.
no way of
The
knowing
sufferers need our help. That's all that matters.
in the moment.
Yeah,
But
right
could you
now. Yeah.
imagine what civilization could be like 500,000 years from now?
But that's, a selfish kind of cold way of thinking where it's saying, forget suffering, let them suffer, who cares about them? We should just make a better world for ourselves and not help them.
No. My point
Yeah.
is what if in 500,000 years we have eliminated suffering? What if we've created the most amazing universe or existence possible?
But nobody needs to suffer for that to happen, right? It's not acceptable to just let the suffering happen.
Why is that not acceptable?
Because it's unethical, right? Suffering is more important than pleasure.
Well, ethics, first of all, is a human ideal, right? And this
So you don't
idea
don't
of
like ethics then?
no. I do like ethics in the sense
Sounds
that
like it's just some crappy idea.
no. I like ethics in the sense that it progresses us to a next state of where we could be, as in human
So for
evolution.
you,
Like,
ethics is just a tool to walk on the bodies of others and to better yourself, to walk over the dead
well,
bodies of others and to benefit. That's not ethics. That's the
not
opposite
for
of
me.
ethics. That's the
That's
opposite
not
of
for
ethics.
me.
No, you're
Look,
saying that we should use ethics as we should manipulate ethics to our advantage, basically. No, that's the opposite.
well, because here's the thing: our existence. Okay, let's go backwards in time. Why do you think that we even exist in the first place?
Nature.
Right? And who's to say that we know better than nature? Maybe nature has a
Nature
plan.
doesn't have a brain, right? Know better than nature. What do you mean,
But
know
doesn't
better
it?
than nature? So you're a religious person that worships nature.
No, I'm not religious.
So then, where is nature's brain?
Nature's brain is beyond our comprehension.
So you
It
are a
is
religious
a
person that worships nature. Portland, thank you for coming on, and I wish you the best with your nature worshipping religion. But this is an atheistic movement, an atheistic channel, and if you want to create a shrine to worship all of the suffering that nature causes, and if you love that kind of crazy, insane stuff, then you should go and do that elsewhere. This is for sane people, for rational people who don't worship nature, who understand that nature doesn't have a brain, it isn't orchestrating things for a good reason. That's a very childish way of understanding the world. Okay. Checking through the queue. Working on the next guest. Hello. Mr. Amygdala.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I have joined this call because my friend recommended you because he strongly believes in your movement. And I was thinking about what he was saying, and I do agree with the extinction of humans, but I don't get why animals should go extinct.
Because they suffer even worse than we do.
In what way?
In lots of ways. Do you not know what happens to animals in nature?
Well, I do, but by killing them,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what happens to them in nature, but I don't get why killing all of them would be better, because eventually new animals will come, right?
No, we can prevent that from happening.
How?
Science.
Evolution will always create
So
new
you're
animals.
you're another religious person then. You think that there's some sort of supernatural force which means
No,
that
no,
evolution
I
will
don't
always
think
happen.
that, but the
You think there's
universe
a supernatural force?
what we know of the universe now is that the universe is infinite, right? So eventually there will
No.
come. Okay, explain.
There's no evidence of that.
No, there's no evidence of that, but that's the thing we can conceive, right? So
No, that's not the same as knowing that, is it?
yeah, it's not, but the chances are way higher because we don't know the edge of the universe, and maybe there's a multiverse, so we don't know it.
Okay.
So eventually there will come other animals with other suffering.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
And also, we shouldn't
You don't
play
know
God.
that.
Why are we
Okay,
the ones
well,
to
you know, I
decide?
appreciate, just the energy, but if you're just going to spout out nonsense and every time I call you out for it, you're just going to change subject, you're going to get kicked out, right? You can't come on and just spout things like, oh, evolution will always come back. Okay, why, right? The thing is, right, people don't understand the natural world and the way it works, right? They think that there's some sort of supernatural force which is more powerful than us, right? And that, we'll never be able to overcome it. That doesn't make sense, right? You've got nature, you've got, rocks smashing around in space and stuff. And then finally you have intelligence that says, okay, we can actually control this. We can manipulate it. We can make the rocks move however we want, right? And that's what we're already doing. Okay? So yeah, we can absolutely control things. We can change nature. We can control nature. But the same sort of inability to understand how the world works leads to religion, leads to spirituality. That, oh no, the world is too big. We can't do it. The world, there must be a god, or there's probably religion. There's probably spirits and demons. That I don't know how the world works. We can't do anything about it. Okay, no, science can absolutely help us solve these problems and answer these questions. And the idea that, oh, we'll never be able to do that. But who the hell are you to say that, right? Who the hell are you to say that millions of years of more scientific progress won't achieve anything, right? That's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, bringing on our next guest. We have Mr. Ella joining us. Oh, no, there goes to us. Okay, quite a few people in the queue. Let's bring some more on. And trying to get someone now. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I mean, do you have like any particular argument for your position? Or better yet, actually, I need you to clarify what you mean by suffering.
So suffering is like negative experiences, pain, misery,
But, I mean, where, okay, so we have
so like,
negative
for
experiences.
example, someone that's being tortured, they're suffering.
Yeah, but how do you infer from we have negative experiences to we should forcefully extinct all life?
Yeah, because there are negative experiences that are so bad that it would be better if there weren't any, basically. So we should have a world where nobody is begging for death instead of,
But you do know
loads of
that
people.
you're just saying, okay, well, some people suffer a lot, right? But most people aren't on the level of suffering that would have them wish death, right?
So
obviously,
so for you, it would have to be most people?
I think for you to make the claim that we should forcefully extinct all life, at least the majority of people should have suffered a lot, right?
So
Your position
as long as it's only 49% being tortured horrifically, then we just ignore them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think suffering is even bad, right? I think suffering is good when.
So the worst forms of oppression benefit from that system, right? That's like as long as there's 2 child abusers, then it doesn't matter if they torture a child, right?
No, I never said it doesn't matter if they torture the child, right? What I
You said
here,
it's okay as long as there's 2 of them enjoying it.
No.
As long as the majority is enjoying it, that's all that matters, right?
No, you're just strawmanning my position, right? What I said was this. For you, yeah, because I never said that it's okay to torture children, for example.
No, you did. You said that as long as 51% are happy, it doesn't matter what happens to the other 49%.
No, let me explain. I think that you're purposefully being uncharitable, right?
Well,
what
then
I
explain.
Said was, yeah, I'll explain. Look, what I was arguing was that for you to make the claim that we should forcefully extinct all life, you have, like, at the very least, the majority of humanity should be suffering to the extent of wishing death, right?
Why?
That's what I said.
Why does it have to be the majority?
The majority. Yeah, because for you to make that claim, okay. So when you say, for example,
why
life
does it have to be the case for me to make that claim?
I'll tell you. For you to make the claim, life is suffering or whatever, right? You're just telling me that your
I never said
psychological.
that. That's a straw man.
Okay, wait. So what exactly is your position then?
Well, if you can point out where I said life is suffering, then I won't kick you out.
I mean, seemingly your motivation for the
So
position was that life
all
is
you do is
suffering.
straw man, basically. So we're not going to have a real conversation. Okay. Moving on. Let's hope the next guest won't straw man with every word that comes out of their mouth. All right. Look, I'm just saying it's difficult to have conversations when people are saying things that are lies, right? It's very difficult to have a debate with someone that's being, dishonest, right? They're trying to make you look bad by lying. They're using deception. They're putting words into your mouth that you definitely never said, right? Now, you can say that I strawmanned him about the, two on one thing, right? But that is what he was saying. He said that as long as over 50% of the participants are happy, then it doesn't matter how badly the minority suffers, right? So this is like literally a slave owner mentality where it says, well, the slaves are less than 50% of the population, so why should we care about them? Yeah, right? Okay, that's exactly what they were saying. So yeah, it's crazy to say, well, as long as 50% are happy, we can abuse the other 50%. That's just stupid. That's coming from a position of privilege and evil, really. Extreme selfishness, I would say. Only extreme selfishness and egoism can make you say, yeah, it's fine if half the population is screaming and begging for help. We should ignore them and let them beg for help and just ignore them. So, people come on and they say, well, most people aren't suffering. So it's like, well, what? So we should only care if it's most people, right? That's just stupid, right? Why shouldn't we care if 49% are begging for death? You would really just leave them to beg for death. If half of the population is screaming in pain, the other half should just look the other way. That's literally what they're suggesting. So, there's no amount of suffering that's okay. Even one sufferer is too many. Hello, how's it going?
What's up, dude?
Well, I brought on two people, so we'll mute one person in the meantime. But yes, how you doing?
What's up? Hold on. I'm trying to understand because I came in like kind of in the middle of you, saying some shit. So I'm just trying to get a grip on everything and was trying to listen to a few other people just to hear what, really was being talked about, So you're saying you have this group, you're a part of this group that feels this, but yet you want everyone else to die. You guys are just chilling.
Well, no, it's about making sure there's no life ever again.
So
And so if you were to do that, let's say you carry that out, what would you, so let's say, okay, we know the last, all this is happening, this blowing up, this war, this, that, people, famine, all that crap. Oh, we know let's just, for an example, there's only about 200 people left and they're all on this island. And besides those 200 people that are on that island, it's you and how many people are still around at that point of your group? How many people are in your group? Would it be, you know what I mean? Like would like as you get closer to extincting everyone, would some of you as well start extincting yourselves? And who's to say, like, who gets left to be the ultimate decision maker at the end there? So you're going to be like,
well, look,
I'm going to
none
make,
of these
okay,
points...
everyone's dead and now you got to kill yourself, right? That's what you're ready to do. That's what you're going to do.
Well, yeah, basically. Yeah.
And you think you would totally do it?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be like that guy from fucking the Twilight Zone. I have all the time in the world.
Well, no.
And then you drop your glasses and then you can't see for the rest
thing
of your
is,
life.
you've got it wrong, right? You've got it wrong. Extinctionism is about understanding that, being alive and exposed to infinite danger is the last thing you want, basically. So
we're exposed to infinite danger, like going to bed, dude.
Yeah, but we don't want to be alive.
You could have a heart
basically.
attack. You could shit real hard and rip your intestines.
Yeah, exactly. There's loads of ways of suffering that we should abolish. Okay. All right. Let's get somebody else up. Carla joining us next. Hello.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've just got to ban someone who's supporting terrorism in the chat right now. And Tingus Pingus is banned. Okay, yes, Carla, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Okay, I think I'm good, thank you. I think theoretically, like, the extinction of human beings would benefit the majority of the planet, but I don't like. Sorry, I just saw you on TikTok and I was like, this is so interesting, like such an interesting viewpoint. I think that like the extinction of all species is, I don't know, I feel it's a bit too far because
Why?
the rest of the like ecosystems and everything, they would function perfectly fine without humans, but I don't think you can ethically.
But ecosystems don't have feelings, right? It's the living beings that we need to care about.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, ecosystems don't have feelings. They don't have
Yeah.
needs or wants. It's the living beings within them that we need to care about.
What, so like, do you believe in the extinction of like all animals as well
Yeah.
as humans?
Yeah, animals
But-
suffer even worse than we do.
Yeah, but that's most of that is at the hands of humans, you know, like
No, most of
ecosystem-
it's in nature, actually. Completely nothing to do with humans.
Oh. No,
Yeah,
but, like,
most animals get eaten alive by other animals.
Yeah, but that's part of the natural ecosystem. Like, I don't like.
But that doesn't make it
suffering of
okay.
animals personally, but
It doesn't make it okay just because it's natural, right? Natural means, without thought, without intelligence.
well, no,
So
but then you're
that's a
inflicting
bad
human
thing.
morals onto other animals.
We should put intelligence into the world. Yeah. The world is being run by chaos right now. It should be run intelligently.
Yeah, but I don't think that extincting all animals is the right choice. I personally
Why?
believe that it should just be
Why do you
humans.
think animals deserve to suffer?
I don't know. I don't believe they deserve to suffer. I believe that.
But that's
that
what
is
you're
just a
saying, that they
natural-
should keep suffering. So, animals suffer terribly, and they suffer things worse than what we suffer, right? Most of them get eaten alive, or they starve to death, or they freeze to death, or they die from infections and diseases because they have no medicine. So, they don't deserve to suffer like that.
Right.
Any more questions, Carla? No. Okay, well, thank you for coming on anyway. And let's see who else we've got. DG tried to join earlier. Let's get them on. DG, hello.
Hello. Look, let's talk. So, extinction cannot happen because this place has been involved with so many entities that have been here for so long. They've created majority of this place. We are
So you believe in magic,
on top of
you believe
drug.
in spirituality, reincarnation, all of that stuff. Great. But this ain't the show for it. And if you ever produce evidence or proof, then maybe we'll take it seriously. Okay. Hello, how you doing? Hello? Okay. Sounds like they're eating crisps while zipping up their jacket or something. Let's see who else we've got. Okay, trying to load some more guests in. We've got quite a lot of people in the queue. So let's spam it. One. I'm just going to join 2 or 3 people up and we'll just take the first one that comes in. Hello, how's it going? Okay, no. Let's join some more people in. We might end up with quite a few people on. Hello.
Yo.
How you doing? Hello.
Hello?
Yes, how are you?
Hello? You can listen?
Yes, do you have any questions?
I'm fine, thanks. This is the first time I join. This is the first time I join any live, and
Okay.
I was actually I saw you a few times on TikTok, on the social, and I wanted to know, where does this project come from? Is it an idea of yours, or is a group of people?
Yeah, it started 3 years ago by a person from India, and it's
Okay.
now global. It's all over the world, and I joined 1 year ago.
And how many members does this organization have?
Something like 100 now. Yeah. And growing every day. Yeah. Do you have any more questions for us?
Yes. Are you attending? Are you any events around the globe, or your presence is only on the social medias?
Yeah, we have events around the world. We have lots of events in Germany. We have lots of street activists in Germany, and we're doing a big international event on in August in Nuremberg, Germany. But we have lots of protests in India and Germany pretty much every week.
So mostly India and Germany.
Yep.
Okay. Because I live in Italy, so are you doing anything around there in that country or not? I live in Milan.
Yeah, we don't have too many people in Italy yet, but we need people to join. So, you could be the leader for Italy potentially. You could start making videos in Italian. Hey, porco Dio, suffering.
How do you know this word? Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so join the movement through the Discord and become an activist, and yeah, we'll help you get set up.
Yeah, I might. I actually might do that. I will take some time to download the Discord. I do not know how does that app work.
We have WhatsApp too.
You have? Sorry?
We have WhatsApp as well, a WhatsApp group.
Yes, I think I joined WhatsApp today.
Oh, bellissimo.
Yes. So yeah, thank you very much. I think I will be following the WhatsApp group and read the news.
Great. And yeah, do join the Discord as well. Grazie and buongiorno. Okay, let's see who we got next. Hello? Hello, how you doing?
Hello. I was wondering, animals, they don't understand anything. They are unconscious. Isn't it okay then?
No,
that they
animals
suffer?
are conscious and they do suffer.
But they don't understand shit though. Like they just
How do you know? How do
take
you know?
a shit, eat, piss, go to sleep, They just
So
follow
you
the
think it's
instincts.
okay
They
to
can
abuse
do-
animals? You think it's okay to abuse them?
No, hell no. I love animals.
Well, why would animal abuse be wrong if they can't suffer?
Yeah, okay, I see it. But suffer is like it's a man-made concept.
Is it? Oh, so animal abuse is okay because it's man-made?
No, it's not okay.
Well, they don't suffer because it's a man-made concept,
No,
right?
but it's just life. But I know you don't like it. But okay, I understand your point. But what about humans? Shouldn't it be up to them if they wanna end it?
No, because most of them can't do that, right? A baby can't do that, a child can't do that, a disabled person can't do that, a mentally ill person might not be able to do that. So most people are not going to be able to do that.
Damn. So how are you gonna how are you gonna make it true? You're gonna, bro. It's impossible, man. How are you gonna kill all animals, kill all humans, and
Well, why would it be impossible?
because nobody wants to die.
Lots of people want to die.
Yeah, but if they want to die, they can just do it themselves.
No, they can't. We've already established that that's not true.
Most of them.
No, not most of them.
What the hell?
Look, you might think most of them can do it, but actually it's much more difficult, right? They have extreme fear. They're scared of it going wrong and becoming disabled. They're scared of being embarrassed. They're scared of the pain. They don't know what will happen afterwards, right? So it's really not that easy.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. But yeah, that's it for me, man. I appreciate your movement. It's interesting.
Okay, yeah, thank you for coming on. All right, Mr. Noir wants to join next. So after...
Hello.
Oh, yes, hello, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay, so listen, my question is, why do you need to end all life and not only the people who are suffering? I don't understand that.
Because otherwise there will be more life that suffers. What they do is they reproduce and they create more suffering. So
Yeah, but why can't those who then get reproduced also end their life?
Because that's cruel, right? And they can't always do that.
So that's cruel, but ending all life is not cruel.
It's less cruel.
It's less cruel.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see your point there, really.
Well, billions of more years of suffering is going to have a lot more cruelty. That should be obvious even to a toddler.
Yeah, but why don't there doesn't need to be billions of more life if just the people suffering end their life?
No, there's still going to be people reproducing and creating more suffering unless you stop that.
Okay, so okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Silas. And if you have more questions, feel free to come on again. Mr. Noir has been waiting for a while. Hello.
Oi, mate. I see you're happy guy, yeah. Just togging your meat.
Well, I know I always fall for them, don't I? I always fall for them. Okay, we've got more people in the queue. I'm going to start from the bottom and just spam them in and then wait for someone to join. Oh,
hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I've tried earlier and my audio didn't work. So what I was asking was that how do you know, or rather, why is suffering so terrible that everyone has to not live if living things that suffer don't want to die?
Well, lots of them that do suffer do want to die.
Yeah, but those that do kill themselves.
No, not always, right?
Yeah, but when they really want to, and yeah, that's true, they don't always. And the reason why they don't always is like, for example, you brought an example about
how can a baby do that?
A baby, even your body, even if you don't actively do it, your body can shut down if you experience too much suffering.
Does that happen every time?
No, it doesn't.
So
it doesn't have to.
So what about the victims, right? What about the sufferers? Just let them suffer?
Yes, because it's their choice. Because they can end it when they want to.
But
it's
that's
not
not
up
true.
to us to do.
That's not true. That's just not true.
But they can though.
No. Tell me how a person with extreme mental and physical disabilities can do that. Tell me how a baby can do that. Tell me how a child can do that. Tell me how an animal can do that. Tell me how someone with extreme mental illness can do that. They can't. You're just talking nonsense, and you're out of here. You're finished. Look, people come up here and they say, oh, everyone can just... No one ever has to suffer because they can just stop existing. You're living in a fantasy world, right? That's not the real world. Most people who have extreme depression cannot take their own lives. They don't know how to do it. They're too scared to do it. And yeah, they can't bring themselves the courage to do it. It's a terrifying proposition where if it goes wrong, you're going to be suffering even worse for even longer, right? You're going to have even more disability, more pain, more embarrassment. And so, yeah, it's just amazing that people think that jumping off a building is like just the easiest decision to make. It's like pushing a button, right? No, no, it's not. You're so ignorant if you think that, like ridiculously ignorant. Okay, let's get the next guest on. And they shouldn't be forced to suffer like that to then have to do self-harm anyway. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. Why is suffering bad? Please explain.
Because it's very negative, isn't it? So yeah, it's bad.
Why is it negative?
Because yeah, we use the words good and bad to describe things that are positive or negative.
What is good and bad?
Well, for most people, pleasure is good and suffering is bad.
Why? So it's entirely subjective?
No.
Well, you just contradicted yourself.
No. So for many who suffer terribly, it's objectively bad.
Why?
Because it's a negative thing. It's a bad thing.
Why is it a bad thing?
Because you don't want to suffer, right? It hurts.
So it's subjective. It's about what you want.
No. Most life doesn't want to suffer. In fact, I would say all life.
Well, you are misunderstanding. Subjective. It's still subjective, even if most life doesn't want to suffer.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter,
it's not
right?
About what you want.
That doesn't make it fair, though. That doesn't make it fair.
Well, oh my fuck. Brother, listen. Okay, if you want something, then that's subjective. It's not the same thing. You're talking about a subjective
is hunger
thing.
subjective? Is pain
No,
subjective?
hunger is objective.
No, all I'm hearing is excuses to justify suffering, and not very good ones either, right? Oh, you see that child over there screaming in pain? Well, it's subjective, so we don't know if they're actually suffering. Let's just not help them. That's what that guy would suggest. Genius, yeah, that guy for president, yeah. Oh, the people need our help, but it's subjective, so maybe we should just do nothing. That's the smartest thing. We'll just do nothing. Yeah, genius. Well done. These subjective people, right? They have a brain disability where they can't decide that something's correct or not, right? They would see 1 + 1 = 2, and they would say, well, how do we know? Right? It's subjective. 1 + 1 = 2 is subjective. For me, it equals 3, right? So these people are just completely insane. Subjective morality people are fundamentally 100% mentally insane. Okay. Plenty of people in the queue. Going to try and bring some more people on now. Hopefully smarter than that. Hopefully more compassionate and more empathetic. Arthur, are you
Hello?
our empathetic hero, or are you a
Can you hear me?
demon? Yes. How you doing?
I'm fine, and I just want to say you said you're in Hamburg. You make their event.
Yep.
And yes, I live there, and I already saw on TikTok some people with the same mindset as you in Germany, and first I thought it was a joke because it doesn't make sense to me. You want that every living thing on earth has to die.
Yeah.
But why? So you want that that I'm gonna die?
No, so we need humans to keep reproducing for probably hundreds of years at least, while we do animal extinction first, and then we do humans.
So you still want that people die? You don't know. You want people to die? You don't know.
After animals.
But if they're happy in life, why should they be killed?
Because we should choose to help the sufferers instead of the happy ones, right? The sufferers need help, whereas no one needs to be happy. No one needs to live.
It doesn't make any sense. Then we can help the ones that are suffering.
We should have a world where no one is begging for death, basically, instead of a world where lots of people are begging for death. Which would you prefer?
So you want a world where no one is begging to death, which is where no one is in the world.
That's the only way to do it.
I don't think so. There are probably many ways where we can help the ones that are suffering.
No, you can't guarantee it. There's no way to guarantee it.
But
You can't provide certainty of safety without non-existence, without extinction. Okay, so the sufferers need that. They need it urgently. They need it desperately. They're begging for death right now, and unless we do extinction, they will continue being forced to exist, forced to suffer, forced to beg for death.
But you don't have to answer that question. It's a bit personal. So, are you depressive?
Let's not do personal questions.
Okay, so many people, most of the people are not depressive, and I'm sure they don't want to die. They see the joy in life. They are very happy.
So,
and
so you don't
I
care
think,
about them if they do. It's only if they reach 51%, then you might care.
What?
So it's only if it's 51% that suffer, then you care. 49%, ignore them.
I don't really understand your point.
You said we should only care about them if they're the majority of the population.
No.
Yeah.
I said that we
You
should
said
help
most
the
people
ones
don't
that
suffer,
are.
right? So you would only care about the sufferers if it's most people?
No, I just said that I think most people don't suffer. When I
Right.
see
So you don't care about them unless it's most people suffering. Is that right?
no.
So why are you bringing up the fact that most people don't suffer? It's like saying, well, we should ignore the sufferers because they're not the majority of the population.
Well, you want that everyone has to die,
No, we want everyone to be safe from suffering.
but how can something be safe if it doesn't exist?
Well, have you ever heard of a veterinarian putting down an animal because it was suffering too much, because it was only safe in non-existence?
What? I didn't understand. Sorry. Can you just repeat?
When you put down an animal because it's in
Mhm.
pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
It benefits from non-existence.
Yes, that's right.
So there you go.
But that's not everyone on Earth. Not everyone on Earth is suffering, so we don't have to
But
kill
they're
everyone.
in risk of suffering as well. So they'll be safer not existing.
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I don't think that
You
everyone
don't think
is
that's
in
true?
risk
You don't think they'd be
suffering.
safer?
Yes, I don't think that just because there's a risk to suffering, so everyone
You
should
think it's
die.
fine to force people
There's
into
always in everything is a
into
risk.
suffering? So you think it's fine to force people into suffering against their will and to torture them?
There's always a risk in everything.
So you do think it's fine if they get tortured. We shouldn't care about it. Well, that's a great system, Arthur. The pro.
Do I get tortured?
If you're being tortured, we won't care about you. System. Arthur is running on that campaign next year in Germany. Vote for the "We won't care about you if you're suffering terribly" party. Follow Arthur now and support his campaign of hatred and promoting suffering. Thank you, Arthur, for coming on and promoting not caring about people. That's really fantastic. Such a wonderful philosophy of ignore the sufferers unless they're 51% and we have to worry about them. What a wonderful person. What a wonderful ideology. I can't wait to support him as he runs for Prime Minister of Germany and creates more suffering as Germany has done once in the past. I'm joking. I love Germany, actually. Well, I'm not that guy. Hello, Ado. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good, thank you. I want to ask you if so suffering is a bad thing. Yeah, I think we should eliminate it, but we should, for everybody to die, we need to kill everyone, and we need to act as a society, everybody to kill everyone, right? So we should act together as humans to end suffering by technologies, drugs, or helping suicide.
But that's never going to work, right? You can't solve suffering without extinction. It's physically impossible.
Yeah, but you can extend those who are suffering.
No, you can't, because then they're going to reproduce and make more suffering, right? So that doesn't work.
Can't we repeat?
They're going to have children and make more suffering. So that doesn't work. You can't just selectively extinct the ones that are suffering. That doesn't work.
if we are acting together as a society, if we want to kill everybody, we have to act together as a society, because it would be fight against humans who want to live. So similarly, if we agreed to end suffering by targeting humans who are suffering, then
And what about animals?
Animals, we should end animal suffering by selectively choosing by protecting animals who are attacked by hunters.
And what about those that are attacked by animals?
I mean, we should protect them.
How?
Like sheltering them, giving them food.
You're gonna. Do you know how many animals there are in nature? How are you going to feed all of them and protect them from attacking each other?
Well, we make food from plants.
Ado, this sounds like a ridiculous plan. How are you going to feed?
We need to act as a word to do this. Yeah, it's
No,
insane.
no.
But it's similarly insane.
Ado, would you want? Look, they shouldn't exist just for the sake of it, right? Would you want to be a cockroach?
But they experience pleasure if we are suffering, so their life will be
Animals do not experience any significant pleasure. Okay, most of them are just suffering terribly, getting eaten alive, starving. Yeah. That's not something we should continue.
I think they produce dopamine by eating or reproducing. No, like they can enjoy life, maybe more simpler than humans, but
most animals are suffering terribly, Ado. That's you're not living in the real world.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. We should eliminate suffering, but by eliminating the causes of suffering.
So you think that basically engineering heaven is more realistic than extinction?
If we act together, it's harder, yes. But if we act together, I think we can do this.
Do you think making it physically impossible for anyone to suffer? You think that's easier than just doing euthanasia?
It wouldn't be easier, yes, but if we act together, I think it's a more humane way.
So when are you starting promagic.com?
Yeah, but that's ProMagic as well.
When are you starting? When are you starting promagic.com?
But that
when are you going to put your money where your mouth is? When are you going to practice what you preach?
Well,
you're not,
it's not
because
possible.
you know it's a ridiculous idea.
I don't think this is
believe
possible.
in it
Yes.
yourself.
I don't think this is possible, but I don't think what you're doing is
That's
possible.
it. You're
But this is
finished,
a better thing.
Ado. Look, if you're going to come up here and say we should use magic instead of real solutions, then firstly, get out of here. And secondly, go and start promagic.com, okay? Otherwise, shut up. Saying magic is more realistic than extinction. Prove it. Go and start promagic.com. We'll be doing the real solution for suffering while you fanny about with, magicians and stuff. Hello, Will. How you doing?
Hi, mate. I'm good. I feel like you're prioritizing like suffering though over pleasure. Like there would be nothing good without anything bad, you know?
But that's not fair on those who have to suffer.
Yeah, but why do you think that non-existence is better than your argument is basically that nothing existing is better than things existing and suffering?
Yeah, because it is better to be safe in non-existence than to be in the danger of existence.
Yeah, but how would you call that safe?
Well, in the same way that when an animal is in pain and a vet puts it down with euthanasia, it's now safe.
I wouldn't call that safe. I'd just call that like an act of mercy, because it's not safe.
Potato, patata.
No, it's not, because if it's dead, it doesn't exist anymore. But it's just that it's going through so much suffering that it's not worth continuing its existence because nothing good can come because of the extent of the suffering.
Which is why we should make sure that never happens again, so that nobody is in a life of pure hell begging for death.
Humans aren't. I mean, surely that's something that we can. I understand the animal.
You're not living in the real world, Will. If you don't think any human is begging for death right now, you're not living in the real world.
Of course they are, but
you said they're not. You just said they're not.
I didn't say. I said not everyone is.
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. And also,
let me rephrase.
That not everyone mentality, that's like saying, if 99% of the population is suffering, we shouldn't help them. It's only if it's everyone. That's stupid.
Well, No, I'm not
Yes,
saying that
Will,
if
that
people.
is
I'm saying,
stupid. That is
of course,
stupid.
no,
It
it is.
shouldn't have to be
No, but you're. That's
100%
not what I said,
asking
though.
for help before we help anyone. That's stupid.
Of course, it shouldn't. But we should help.
Then
the
why are you
people
suggesting it?
No, because we should help the people that are suffering and try and make because there is good that can come.
So we should let them
from their
suffer
existence.
terribly. So we should force them into extreme suffering, is what you're saying.
Without suffering, nothing. You
So
can't have
the
any good.
meat grinder should keep going because you're enjoying the meat coming out of it.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not being selfish here. I'm saying that people.
Really, it's not selfish to say that we should
no,
let them suffer.
We should let them suffer because you have to suffer to have positives as well.
So do you support child abuse as well? Because it creates pleasure for the abuser?
Of course not. I
Well,
mean,
why not? What's the
of course
difference?
not. Because what the difference is, people have to experience pain to experience something good, right?
No, Will, that's ridiculous. It's not different, okay? You're saying that if someone is forced into a life of pure hell where there's no pleasure, no goodness, and it's just misery, just cruelty, that's
awful.
fine as long as someone's happy. You're saying that's fine as long as someone's happy.
I'm not.
So,
So if that's true, and someone's in pure hell, and there's no possibility for a positive, for something positive to happen, then of course it makes sense of that being once in their own life. That's why that's an
But
argument. for
most going through that
it's an
can't
argument
end
for
their own
euthanasia,
life,
but it's
Will.
not an argument for total extinction.
Will, most going through that can't end their own life. Animals,
Wait, sorry, say that again. Sorry.
babies, most going through that cannot end their own life.
But I don't think a baby is experiencing total hell. A baby.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because
lots of them are.
Well, no. But what's your definition of total hell? Because a baby can experience good.
You,
as
you
well.
are denying the existence of the sufferers. You are a
No, I'm not.
disgusting
No,
person. You
I'm
are a
not denying- no,
disgusting
and you're-
person. In your fantasy, we just ignore them. Like we just pretend they don't exist. Okay? Oh, there's no baby suffering in the world. You're living in a fantasy world, right? You're not living in the real world. Oh, no baby is suffering. Oh. What are you talking about? And yeah, we should let the babies kill themselves as well after they suffer. You're a disgusting person. Absolutely disgusting. You know, these people want babies to be tortured and then have to kill themselves. Literally. Like, I'm not even making that up. Like, that's exactly what they're saying. You know, exactly what they're saying.
Okay,
Hello,
can
how
you
you
hear
doing?
me?
Yes.
I'm good, and you?
Good.
Okay, so I need you to understand that there's also suffering and goodness to life. There isn't always
That's a
pain.
slave owner mentality, that. Slave owner
No,
mentality. That's like
because
saying
you,
it's fine if I own slaves because I enjoy it.
no, because there isn't always suffering. You can't be in a state of suffering the
So
whole
let me
time.
ask this. Is it okay if I abuse someone terribly and make them suffer as long as I'm happy? Is that okay?
No, of course not.
So we shouldn't let anyone suffer just so that some can be happy, right?
No, but you have to understand
What?
that life can't be perfect because the
Yes, so
the
we should abolish it.
no, you should try to make the best out of it. That's the
Why?
point you
So
don't
we
have
should
to
ignore the
extend.
sufferers and let them suffer?
No, because you
So
can
how
always
so how do you help the sufferers?
help them, like make it better. It matters.
And
It
so
matters in what situation they are. If they don't have money,
okay, so let me ask you a question. Is it fine to be forced to exist and to suffer and then die after your entire life was terrible?
it's impossible for your whole life to be terrible.
How do you know? Well, that's just ridiculous. You're denying reality. You're not living in the real world. Lots of people have a terrible life.
Okay, what's terrible for you? You have to be more exactly.
Lots of, like literally you have human babies that get born and then murdered, right? They get born with diseases, mental problems, physical problems, and then they die after just pure pain. So you're not
Okay,
living
but
in the real world. You're living in a fantasy bubble, which is completely disconnected from what's actually happening on this planet.
it's not because okay.
It is.
No,
And you're finished. You're out of here. You're done. Okay? If you're not living in the real world and you're a pro magic, no suffering in this world person, complete insane person basically, then we're not going to have a productive conversation, are we? All we're going to do is hear you say more complete ridiculous things like, children love suffering. No baby is suffering right now. Animals love suffering in nature. No, get out of here with that rubbish. Is this a record for live viewers, James? No, actually. One time I got up to like 150, 160. But I am doing very well in terms of 120 people on the stream. It's pretty good for me. My normal is about 60, 70 people. Anyway, loads of people in the queue, bringing someone up now. Hello, how's it going?
Hello. I'm good, thank you. What about you?
Good, thank you.
All right, so I've been on this live for quite much, and I've listened to both your part and the other people's part, and I actually agree with both of you, because like on a part, the mass extinction of everyone, like it sounds wrong, but I also think that putting people into this life just for them to suffer isn't right. Like as example, you know those families back in the 19th century, like there was part of society called proletariat, I think. And basically they were so poor, they put babies into life just for them to work for hours to get money to feed the family. And that isn't right. But I think the main problem isn't that it's your parents' fault for putting you in this life. The main fault is people around you making your life a whole hell. So basically...
No. It's not about other people. It's about life itself. It's about nature, right? If you're born with mental disability, brain damage, that's nothing to do with other people in the world, right? That's just life.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And when I agree with you when it comes to like mental disabilities and like, as example, someone is, those short people, I don't know what their disability is called. Like,
midgets?
Yeah, basically they know that their babies are gonna be born like them, but they still have them. But why should we blame them for having like, everyone wants to be a parent in this world.
Well, you don't blame an animal for doing something animalistic. You just make it go extinct so that it doesn't have to suffer again.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, you don't blame an animal for reproducing. You understand that nature has made it do that. Evolution has made it do that.
Yeah, because animals,
yeah, we don't
like,
blame it, but we should.
Yeah, we don't blame animals. Like, there's a whole cycle. Like, animals kill each other to like keep themselves alive. They eat each other, but we are humans. We don't eat each other. So like, that's not the same thing.
But it's all suffering, and it should all be stopped.
Yeah, I know, and that's like a part of mass population. We're a lot on this earth, and that means like the main problem is not the people; it's the multi-millionaire people that have a lot of money and don't share with other people. So there's like this continuing suffering in this world because of them.
No, it's not the millionaires. It's not the billionaires. It's just that basically humans are animals. And there's only a small number of them that are starting to do better than that, to be less animalistic.
Yeah, I know, but like,
let's stop this
as example, Elon Musk is about to be a trillionaire. That's still a big part of the population suffering, as example.
The vast majority of the population on the planet is animals, and it's nothing to do with humans. So
you're like saying the suffering of people is based on animals? Like,
no, I'm saying that over 99% of suffering on this planet is animals suffering in nature. So Elon Musk has nothing to do with their suffering. Humans.
No, I'm saying like, suffering. So basically a lot of people are suffering. That's what you say.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. And why are they suffering? Why do you think they're suffering?
Because they've been forced to exist in unsafe conditions.
And why are they in unsafe conditions? Like, why?
Because there's no such thing as safe conditions in this world.
Okay, but like, what is safe for you?
Non-existence is the only certainty of safety, right? There's no other way to be safe with a guarantee, right?
Okay, but like, so you're saying that we should just not exist and that's the safe thing?
Well, yeah, that's the only way to be truly safe.
Okay, but if you think about it, we don't live for eternity. Like, we live just to survive. That's the whole thing. That's the life.
Well, that's what we animalistically do. but that doesn't mean it's a good thing.
I know it's not a good thing, but like we should enforce mass extinction.
Why?
Like that's the life
Why?
we're made to be
Why?
surviving, bro.
Made by who?
I don't know. Like
Exactly.
we're
You're
born in
talking nonsense. You're out of
No.
here. You're done. We were made to do this. Made by who? You're making up nonsense. Look, people just come on here and just spout absolute rubbish. Like, oh, this isn't our purpose to do this. What purpose are you talking about? I don't know. I was just making it up, really. Yeah, you're out of here. Come on, guys. Do better than that. Bring a real argument, okay? Not just like, that's the way it is. Becky, hello.
Hi.
You right?
So I just wanted to ask, like, as a thought experiment, I really don't want to strawman you. I think you're smart, and I just want to learn more. So, like, we can agree that there's suffering going on in Mongolia, right?
Yeah.
Would you be a proponent of like nuking Mongolia to like get rid of the suffering in Mongolia?
No.
Why?
Well, that wouldn't really do anything good, right? That would just cause geopolitical instability. That wouldn't really help anything. And nuclear bombs don't actually end suffering. They don't cause extinction. If you look at Chernobyl, it's full of life that has loads of cancer now. So no, nukes don't help extinction. They don't cause extinction. We're against nuclear bombs completely.
So it's a tenet of your like group to like it has to literally be instantaneously everyone at the exact same moment?
No, not at all.
So even if you had like sort of a progression, like if you could,
It's most likely going to be a progression, an organized and structured, phased thing. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So if there existed enough nuclear bombs to, and I'm pretty sure like there are enough nuclear bombs to.
No, well, you're
render
wrong.
humanity
You're pretty
exist.
sure, but you're wrong. Okay, the last asteroid had the power of 1 billion nukes and still didn't cause extinction. So it's not good enough. And look, that's not going to permanently sterilize the universe, right? That's what we have to do. Maximum sterilization. Nukes do not sterilize at all.
Interesting. So there is no like in the meantime limiting suffering. Like that doesn't you're not considering that at all. It's just the
Look,
long
over
term.
99% of suffering is in nature with animals, right? There's nothing we can do to help them except for.
But it sounds like you're kind of complicit in Mongolian suffering then, because like we could just eradicate Mongolian suffering tomorrow.
Yeah, we're absolutely complicit in Mongolian suffering, and we're also, complicit in all of the suffering in the world. But we have to keep the world going and keep humanity going so that we can end suffering in a thorough and permanent way. Right? People want us to use nukes because that'll be quick and easy, right? Well, firstly, it doesn't work, and secondly, it's not very thorough, right? Look at Chernobyl; it's full of life. So, what the heck are you talking about? All right, let's see who else. Quite a few people in the queue. Going to try and bring them up. Izzy, let's try and get them on. Izzy, trying to bring you up to the stage now. Let's see if we can get you on. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, let's move on. See who else we got. Right, still working on it, still bringing up more people. A lot of people join the queue and then just ghost it.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Hi, hello. What's your name? James, right?
Yeah.
Melly. So I just wanted to ask a question, right? So how if your movement was to go places, how would total extinction what does that look like to you?
Yeah, we start with animals, so we have to run the world firstly. It's the only way it'll work.
Wait, sorry, can I pause? Can I cut you there? So who runs the world right now?
Donald Trump, billionaires, dictators,
So
criminals.
are they not humans? So when you say that we have to run the world first, are we not already running the world?
No, I mean that as extinctionists, the movement or people against suffering, ethical people. Have to run the world.
Okay. So your movement needs to run the world first. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? Okay. Continue.
So we have to run the world, and then we can start running it ethically. We can start doing animal extinction with euthanasia while removing our dependence on them. Then we start
So wait, can I
researching
pause you
how
there
to...
again? So how does one extinct animals? So how would you go about extincting animals?
Euthanasia, basically. So that can take lots of
What
different...
is that?
Huh?
What is that in your eyes?
Euthanasia is to ethically put down a life.
Okay, so how would you extinct every single animal in the world at once? So how would that happen? How does that happen?
Why would it have to be at once?
I'm asking you. I'm asking
Well,
you
no,
how
you're
you're
putting
gonna.
words in my mouth.
Okay, sorry about that. Then how would you extinct animals?
With euthanasia. So we would have, large scale projects of euthanasia with, it could take the form of a gas or something else. And yeah, we just do everything possible.
So there's no actual plan of how you're gonna kill all the animals in the world. You're just like...
Well, no, the plan is to decide on the best way scientifically.
So you don't know the best way possible, but you believe that this is the only way that we can live in peace, basically.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, whether it takes the form of a gas or something else, that's not really very important.
That's not my question. That's not my question. My question is that you don't know how you can do this, how you're gonna pull this off, but we've
already made several species of animals go extinct. It's not complicated.
But did we do that intentionally, or did we do that?
That was without intention. So we did it without even trying, right? So yeah,
but
it will be very easy.
I'm asking you how does this does it work?
I don't care about your silly questions anymore. Let's move on. Okay, next person is going to be Jonah. Jonah, we're bringing you up.
Hi, how are you doing? Do you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Could you please just reiterate like what you mean and what exactly the point is?
Yeah, suffering is too extreme and terrible to allow, so we have to make sure that nobody suffers, and the only way to do that is to put life back in the box, basically. Life shouldn't have existed. All it's doing is causing harm and suffering. We have to put an end to it.
All right. You were saying euthanizing animals?
Yeah.
Okay.
And people as well. But animals have to go first.
Because euthanizing all animals, I mean, it's not very ethical in itself, right?
No, it is ethical because it provides them safety from suffering.
Okay. And so you're not speaking about just humanity, you're talking about animals and everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're being completely serious?
Yeah, I mean, suffering is very serious, right? We have to do something about it.
Okay. How does the world continue if there's no life on Earth? Because we all have our part here, right? And everyone kind of contributes to the continuity.
How does life
of
continue
the Earth.
if there's no life? I mean,
No. How does the world we all have our job that we're kind of designed to do in nature, right? And I don't think the world can continue without life on it. It's kind of like I said, every
look,
species.
there's lots of planets out there that don't have life. Mars doesn't have life, and it still spins around the sun just fine.
Right, but it's not the same planet. You can't apply that to this.
Why not? Why not?
Wait, one sec. No, attends. Okay. Yes. Say again.
So why not? Why does Earth need life?
Well, because it's a completely different planet, right? It revolves around life that kind of keeps it spinning in a way. I mean, that's how it works.
All right, thank you, Jonah. But you really need to educate yourself on how planets work. Planets don't need animals on them in order to keep spinning. That's not what. It's not that everyone is running on the planet and he thinks that life makes the planet spin. That's amazing. Ooh, some seriously uneducated people. He said that the planet will stop spinning without life. That's amazing. What do we have to jump to make it spin, or? Hello, how you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. Hi, James. Sorry, my English is not so good, so I was asking you in the comments, but you didn't answer. My main question is about, you know, you are talking about total extinction, but if I think when it's total extinction, it's also like plants and
Yep.
bacteria, for example.
Yep.
So, how you want to make it? Because you normally talk that first animals, but we have also plants and very smaller lives.
Yeah, well, we can do it with science, and it won't be too difficult, right? Even if we just have like an artificial satellite or a moon which blocks out the sun and creates a permanent solar eclipse, that would probably do the trick, right? So that's just one idea, right? One idea that shows that it's very possible. But we can do much better than that. And look, we have millions of years to do this, okay? To prevent billions of years of more suffering. So look, 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now, the science, the technology is going to make it very easy, okay? Look, we've only had the internet for 30 years. 1,000 years from now, extinction is going to be very easy.
Yes, but also 10,000 years from now, we can have things to make no suffering and living
Well,
here.
if that happens, then it happens. But, you know, the only solution right now that exists is extinction. So we have to help the sufferers as soon as we can. And, you know, if we ever make technology that ends suffering without extinction, then maybe, you know, then that's great. But the sufferers need extinction now.
Okay, so what's your plan for next 10 years?
We keep growing the movement. We make it bigger and better, and yeah, we do more street events. We want to get leaders in every country. Right now, we have leadership in the movement in the UK, Poland, Germany, and India. But we want to have, you know, prominent activists in every country. You know, ideally a leader in every country that's going to be growing the movement there in their own language and stuff like that, and organizing events in their own languages. So that's kind of the next step, to just keep growing, basically. For me myself, it would be great if I could you know, debate some famous people, some big YouTube channels, TikTok channels. You know, if anyone wants to see me debate someone, then you should try and arrange it, right? What some people are doing is that they're tagging Alex Connor and saying, "Debate James Idwan, Alex Connor, stop running away." So, you know, everyone can do that, and I'll happily debate more people. But yeah, we want to make it bigger and better. That's the plan.
Okay, so this was 10 years, but during your life, do you plan start any extinction?
No.
Why?
Well, it's possible, right? It's possible, okay? Unless we try everything, then you don't know, right? So some people say, oh, you know, extinction's not possible, you're wasting your time, but you don't know that, right? 50 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the world could be very different. Extinction could happen within our lifetimes, quite possibly. You know, they're already making robots, they're making powerful AI, technology is getting much more advanced, much more powerful. Yeah, we might have the ability to do extinction within our lifetimes, possibly.
Okay, so can your organization, for example, start with more free euthanasia, where this is not legally?
Yes, exactly. We want to provide euthanasia for free for everyone, and make it really easy. And we should even do it for people that don't ask for it, right? Some people are too afraid to ask for euthanasia, even though they want it. So we should be trying to help even those people.
Okay, so thank you for the talk.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Sounds like you understand that suffering is wrong and that we have to end it. So yeah, join the movement and come and talk to us. It sounds like you might be European or Polish or something maybe. Look, we have lots of Polish people, we have lots of Germans, and we have lots of people from Europe in the movement. So join the Discord. Come and talk to us. Come and talk to them. We can get you doing activism, helping to grow the movement. Everyone can go on my profile, or you'll find the link to the website, to our Discord on my profile, and to our website. You can read our manifesto, our FAQ, and yeah, ideally become an activist. Do peaceful activism with us to grow the movement until we have enough people to change the world, make it against suffering, and start carrying out total extinction, and to run the world ethically. Right? We need to run the world in an ethical way. Right now, it's being run by dictators, Donald Trump, billionaires. So the world needs to be run ethically anyway. So we need to do that and then start doing total extinction. And you can't do extinction without running the world, right? You have to have the power, the control. I mean, there's no other way to do it, right? If there's an opposing, an enemy government running the world, we're not going to be able to do extinction very easily, are we really? So we do have to run the world and start enforcing morality, running the world in a moral way, an ethical way. And that doesn't mean just extinction, okay? Everything else will improve from this. We'd be working towards no more war, right? Peaceful world while we're doing animal extinction, no more racism, no more sexism if we can. And, right now the world is capitalistic. So it only benefits the lucky ones and, those who have rich parents and stuff like that. So that should change as well. Absolutely. We should make the world fair. So we would make, if we run the world, we would absolutely do some sort of not communism exactly, but we would try to make the world fairer, right? The poor ones would this is the world right now, wealth inequality, right? We should absolutely try and make it equal. Why should anyone, have more money than someone else? Hello, how you doing?
Doing good. What about you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, I think the pro-extinction movement is extremely evil and needs to be stopped.
Okay. Why?
I agree with you that there is unacceptable, horrendous, horrible amount of suffering in the world, especially when it comes to animal suffering.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of good things in the world that I really like that you want to destroy. And in my opinion, all the good things kind of justify.
But it's not fair, right? It's not fair.
I mean, if we are talking about humans, everyone's free to basically end their suffering at
No, they're
any
not.
point.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
I mean, legally they're not, but
No.
practically they are.
A baby suffering cannot end its own suffering.
Oh, well, I think a baby shouldn't be allowed to because, they're not fully mentally developed.
So
They
when someone has a baby in a dungeon and abuses it to death, what would you do for them? What's the solution there?
stop people from abusing babies, and I
Right,
think
with extinction. Extinction is the only way to guarantee that.
killing babies is evil. Actually, you shouldn't do that.
Yes, so we should make it impossible, right? You're saying no. Let's let it be possible.
Let it be possible to have healthy babies that grew up to become amazing
Yes. Let
humans
it be possible for them to
and
suffer
live
terribly. That's
amazing
what you
lives.
want, right?
Life is amazing. I think most people.
So the
who
idea
have
of
ever loved
safety
someone-
and fairness, you don't like that.
I like safety and fairness. I think are generally good things. So is
Generally,
life and so is love,
but
so is
not always.
enjoyment.
Not when it suits you, though.
I mean, in fairness, we can. It's probably is a virtue. We can.
All right, that's it. You're done. You're out of here. You're just a disgusting person that just doesn't care about suffering, right? Let the babies suffer. Who cares? Hello, how you doing?
What's up, man? Can I ask you what is your argument exactly? Because I want to fully understand it before I engage with you.
Yeah, it's wrong for life to exist in dangerous conditions and to be forced into that. And basically certainty of safety is the only right thing for life and the only fair thing. And so without certainty of safety, you're always going to have some that are suffering terribly. And that's not fair. So only non-existence can provide that certainty of safety, so that which guarantees that there's no life that's going to reproduce and force you into a prison of suffering and misery.
And are you familiar with like the all or nothing fallacy?
No.
An all or nothing fallacy is effectively like you have to have it all or you have to have nothing, right? So you're advocating for all.
Well, we should have a zero
of-
tolerance.
Oh,
Yeah, we should have a zero tolerance policy on.
You're not going to let me tell you that you're being logically inconsistent.
It's not logically inconsistent to have a zero
It
tolerance
very much
policy.
is. I just called it out. It's a logical inconsistency. It's
okay. You're obviously a crazy person. You're out of here. You're finished. You're done. See, those types of people, they're obsessed with philosophy, but they're also very unintelligent and aggressive as well. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, James. Nice to meet you. I got 3 questions to ask you.
Go for it.
First one, what's your thoughts on deformatization? Like in the first hand, it looks like it's doing the job for us. It's basically accelerating on its own. But on the second hand, it looks like forceful, and for animals, they suffer. Like, what's your thoughts on it generally?
On what again? What are we talking about?
Deforestation.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yes.
yes, deforestation is great. It's one of the best things, actually. It reduces wild animal suffering. It prevents them having spaces to reproduce and force more suffering onto innocents. So yeah, it's a really good thing. We should absolutely abolish nature, abolish forests, abolish everything where life is going to be made to suffer.
That's good. Okay. The second question I got, like, how do we genuinely eliminate deep sea animals? Like, we cannot really genuinely go so deep in the sea. And then we have like a sky animals and probably mosquitoes. Those are the worst ones. Like, should we poison them or something?
Well, we should just find a way to do it, basically. But the only way that we're going to be able to do that is by growing the movement. And so it's not like we need to figure out how to do it now. It's that we need to get in a position to be able to do it now.
I guess, yeah. I mean, if we do it faster, it would be better, but I guess it is what it is. We are trying to grow the movement.
Yeah, and look, technology changes so much, right? So if we come up with an idea now, but we can only implement it 100 years from now when we run the world, then that was a waste of time to think of that idea now, because the technology will have changed.
Yeah, and it's also horrid how scientists are actually caring for like pleasure. Like earlier in your stream, you were talking about how they focus more on the pleasure. Like, what the hell are they doing? They
It's
should
for
focus
money. It's money. That's all. That's all they care about. Look,
That's
the
all they
world.
care about.
Yeah, money runs this world, but empathy and compassion and responsibility—that's what needs to run this world, and that's what we're trying to change.
Yeah, I got the last question. What's your thoughts on transhumanism? Like those Brian Johnson, he was in your earlier stream. Like, do you think they're really severely coping?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're delusional, but also, look, we support improving conditions. So if someone wants to cure some diseases and make life better, then yeah, go for it. Do it. That's a good thing. We support that. So extinctionism already covers transhumanism, because if we run the world and we start doing extinction, beginning with animals, yeah, we'll probably be improving conditions for humans while we're doing animal extinction, right? Why would we not improve conditions, right? The world is terrible right now. So as we're improving conditions for humans before we do human extinction, yeah, if we ever get to the point that we solve suffering without extinction, then great. But, I don't think that's realistic. If it happens, then great, we'll support it. But it doesn't seem realistic, and we need to do extinction urgently. If we ever solve suffering somehow else, then fine. But for now, that doesn't exist. It doesn't seem realistic that it will exist. We have to focus on extinction. And yeah, we will be improving human conditions. If we create heaven, then great. But that's a byproduct. It's not going to be the priority. If it happens, then it happens. But we shouldn't focus on that. We should focus on the sufferers.
Okay. And I got question, what's your thoughts on atheism? You heard about it, but I feel like they are focusing on too much words instead of going into action.
Well, that's exactly correct. 100% correct. So we did a debate against Gary and Mendham, the person who created atheism, and he said that he's against activism, he's against organizing, he's against actually making extinction happen. So atheism is basically just it's crying about life for fun, right? It's saying, yeah, life is bad, but we shouldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's okay for awareness, but they are really not doing anything. So it's really a dilemma, some kind of.
Look,
I really don't-
it's probably better that they do exist because, yeah, they raise some awareness. But
They do actually. They really helped me. The Imenham content really actually explained it more. Like I was really before natalistic, severely. I wanted all good. Like I couldn't care less about others, right? But the more I saw that content, the more that people in abolish suffering helped me. It made me more realize, right? I'm glad that these people exist. That we are trying to improve.
Yeah.
I do not want to anybody to suffer, and it's just horrid how life situation it is.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, yesterday you were saying to your dad, were you really joking to him?
I was joking. Yeah, I was joking.
It was joking. Like, what did he actually said? Like,
he was like, yeah, you know what? You're right. There's no point any of us being here. We never asked to be here.
I mean, it's kind of contradictory of him because he forced you to exist.
Yeah. But you have to understand that they have like a extreme brain fog, right? They don't really think about what they're doing.
I mean, you can't blame them. In the past, we didn't really even talked about like the pain itself. We are like severely pro-life natalism in the schools. Every education is just constantly progress more, benefit others, and what then? Like it's
very sad.
Yeah, I don't have any words to say how suffering is terrible. Like it's genuinely horror.
Yeah, if only people could understand that, right, and to empathize with it.
Okay, thank you, James, for having me, and see ya.
Thank you for coming up, and yeah, join the movement properly, join our Discord, join our WhatsApp group. The links are on the website, and the link to the website is on my profile on TikTok. All right, someone is asking, can I come up? I've been waiting for ages. Yes, let's get you up. Hello.
Hello.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah. So you're saying that this like pro-extension is ethical?
Yes.
Are you saying that slavery is ethical? Do you believe that?
It can be.
It can be. In what way?
Well, it depends if you're doing it for ethical reasons.
And what is the ethical reason?
For what?
For slavery. What?
Well, usually there isn't one.
Well, in what way could it be ethical, please?
So, for example, if you had to make someone a slave in order to, save 1 billion people from suffering, right?
Well, so you believe that, because, like, you say that. Wait, just let me think first. You first said that slavery wasn't ethical, and that we should. That
I said normally it's not.
No, in the debate before me.
Okay, sure.
And you think that because a fraction of people suffer, you think everybody should, like, die because. And that
the suffering outweighs everything else.
Wait, repeat that.
The suffering outweighs everything else. It's more important. Yeah, it absolutely outweighs it.
But you believe that you could control what what others. You could control their life when it's their life, and
That's the way the world already works.
well, we do have freedom.
Not much.
In what way?
Do
We can.
you have the freedom to decide which laws are forced on you?
Well,
No.
It's a democracy.
So, no, you don't have any freedom. Nobody is running their life in some amazing way. That's a fantasy, okay? That's not the way the world works. Your parents forced you into this
also,
world.
another thing.
You go on.
You're not debating people. You're just kicking them when other have good arguments.
That's it. You're finished. You're out of here. I mean, I'd say we are doing debates. We absolutely are. And look, like there was some guy like an hour ago who had some really challenging questions. Like he really wanted to interrogate me, but he didn't let me respond. He just talked over me every time. So yeah, I kicked him out. And people come up with crazy stuff. They start supporting child abuse, and of course I have to kick them out if they're saying, go forth and abuse. We can't, allow people to encourage violence on the Extinction show, can we? We're against violence here. We're for the peace of extinction. Hello.
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So could you explain to me what this whole extension thing is? Because I'm very interested.
Yeah, there's extreme and terrible suffering in this world, and we have to help them by abolishing their suffering, right? The world is unfair, it's cruel, it's horrible, and only the lucky ones are benefiting from this. And so total extinction will benefit those that need it, the sufferers, the ones that actually should be cared about and need help, basically.
So would you in turn give your own life for the cause?
Yeah.
Wait, so this isn't like a joke or anything?
No, it's a real movement. It started 3 years ago. I joined 1 year ago, and it's been growing globally.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the information. I'll look into it. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, Ulkiora. And yeah, you can read loads of information on the website. You click on my profile on TikTok, there's a link to the website, and you can read our manifesto, our FAQ. Alexander, yeah, let's debate, and then maybe George should be next. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, how
Hey,
you
man,
doing? Do you have any questions?
I do. So when you talk about people controlling the world, you say that that's evil, and I agree. I don't think one person or a very small percentage of people should control the world. But then 10 seconds later, you say we should control the world so we can kill everybody.
Yeah, no,
You're
I
saying,
never said it was evil to run the world.
well,
I said that dictators and evil people are running the world, right? Criminals are running
yeah,
the
but
world.
wouldn't that mean that it's unethical that they are doing that? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
exactly. So,
It's
but you
of
want to do
course
the same thing
criminals are
like
going to run the world unethically. That should be obvious.
Yeah, but look, if I would randomly tell like a bunch of people that I want to kill everybody and every living organism in this world, wouldn't they think
Well, I'd go for a beer with you.
Wouldn't they think, yeah, except you, anybody but you? Wouldn't they just think this guy is just
No,
there's something
there's
wrong?
loads of people. Look, there's loads of people that support this. So no, it's not just me.
Okay, then I have some other questions. You were talking about capitalism and how that is ruining the world in some way and how that's affecting it. To me, that doesn't really make any sense because capitalism is the place where there is the most amount of equality and the least amount of suffering in the entire world. And
That's just ridiculous. Capitalism
well,
literally says you should ignore the suffering of others.
where does it say that and who said that and who is actively doing that? Not just some
Everyone is doing that. You're doing that. Everyone's doing that. So
So
it's
you too
obvious.
then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, are you trying to help all of the sufferers in the world right now, or are you ignoring them?
Well, your debate is, in your opinion, is to kill them.
Alex, thank you. You're struggling now, but yeah, I think you've reached the end of your capacity for that conversation. Okay, George, bringing you up. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Hi, so I was wondering what you're like. I'm assuming you live in the UK, right?
Yep.
Yeah, who do you vote? May I
I
ask?
don't vote.
You don't vote at all? Oh, okay. Well, do you think Reform UK has good views or not?
No, I don't think there's any political parties out there that have good views.
Okay, so
They're all
Reform UK
pro-life,
suggested
pro-suffering.
that the Nigerian population in Sunderland should be abolished to fill in potholes. So, do you think that? Why do you think that's bad? If you think everyone should be extinct?
Can you ask that question again?
Did you hear the point about the Nigerian people in
No.
Sunderland?
No, can you
Well,
repeat that?
basically, there was a representative of Reform UK who said that Nigerians in Sunderland should be killed off to fill in potholes, which is obviously very bad. Do you think?
Yeah.
So why do you think total extinction is so bad? And that is also
No, it would be good. We want total extinction.
Yeah, sorry. If you think total extinction is so good, why do you think that's bad? Because that's just ending their suffering, isn't it?
Well, you have to look at the whole picture, right? So if you're only looking at a small part of the picture, then it's a lot, you might say it's good or bad, but if you're not considering the knock-on effect for the rest of the world, then, you're not seeing if it's good or bad elsewhere, basically, right?
Yeah, but you are just contradicting your own point by saying...
I'm trying to make a point here.
Oh, sorry, calm down. Yeah.
Okay. So we need more humans. We need humans to keep reproducing temporarily until after we've done animal extinction. So the more humans, the less suffering right now. So it has to be in context. You're trying to just, take it out of context, basically, without realizing it.
Okay, well... Okay, I was going to move on to my next point. I was just going to say, how achievable do you think this is? Like, realistically...
Very. I mean, look, suffering is a serious problem, and it's never going to go away until we do extinction. So this movement is for people that understand that nobody deserves to suffer, that we should care about providing safety for every last life form and potential life form and care about them, right? So that is not a fad or a phase, right? Caring about suffering and thinking it's unacceptable. It's only going to get bigger, right? The history of humanity is sort of getting more progressive, right? More developed and advanced. And so our ethics and morality is also getting more advanced as well, to now where we've got extinctionism.
Okay, how are you going to kill things like worms off? So you're saying animal extinction should be first, but there's deep sea creatures that we can't even reach yet. So you're saying this is achievable, but there's many things we literally can't kill, like loads of fish.
Oh yeah, but just because we can't do something now doesn't mean we can't find a way to do it tomorrow.
So this is all a hypothetical, pretty much. You're just basing it off the fact.
Oh
we
no,
developed enough
I mean
technology.
we've already made several species of animals go extinct, so it's not hypothetical at all. It's very realistic and plausible.
What? So you think you can kill every worm on the planet one day? Every fish?
Yeah.
In the deep sea that we haven't even explored yet. We've explored 3% of the sea.
Well, we've got all the time in the world to do it.
All the time in the world. You said it's very achievable, though. So it's not.
We've got all the time in the world to do it. There's no rush.
There's no rush. Mm.
Well, there is a rush, obviously, but in terms of
people are suffering every day, so there is sort of a rush technically.
Obviously, yeah, it's urgent, but we can do it, right? We've got all the time to try and do it.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for your conversation.
Okay, thank you, George. And I would just advise you that if you have no further counter arguments, then it's most likely you who is wrong. Okay, that's just a general advice, not just for you. But yeah, a lot of people come on here and they're like, oh, this is so ridiculous, I'm going to destroy this. And then within a few minutes, they're like, I have nothing more I can really say against it. But I still think you're wrong. It's like, well, if you can't even raise a single word against it, you're probably wrong. Alan, how you doing?
Yeah, definitely. About 30 minutes ago, I was like, this guy's got to be doing a bit. This has to be just kind of a funny thing that he gets online on Wednesday afternoons. And I mean, clearly that's not the case. I wanted to ask, you said you've been into this for 2 years now? A year?
1 year.
1 year. What's life been like since you sat down with somebody and kind of came to the realization oh, this isn't a bit, this actually makes way too much sense. What's life been like for you since then?
Yeah, it kind of opens your eyes really, and you start to see how crazy this world is, how crazy humans are, and that it's just a completely upside down world, basically, where we ignore the sufferers and we care about just stupid things like people dying instead of suffering, right? So the suffering ends and we cry, the suffering is going on and we ignore it.
Yeah. Do you have any views on like obviously like all work is like generally like super capitalistic. I mean, just like I've kind of gone back and forth with how I've handled employment over the last couple of years. Do you have any like just views on how the average person who's aware of suffering to the degree you are should like minimize their suffering through things like employment, which is necessary to like continue surviving and suffering on this green earth? Do you have any kind of opinions on how you should tackle that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're doing activism, it's gonna potentially take a lot of your life. But
Yeah.
so yeah, you should try and balance it. It's difficult though, right? So for example, you know, some of my closest friends, they think I'm a weirdo now once they found out. I didn't actually tell them for the longest time, but I discovered, or they revealed to me that they'd been watching my videos secretly, basically. And so, yeah, your friends and your family and people around you, they'll think you're a weirdo, they'll think you're crazy, but, you know, you'll understand that ultimately it's actually them that's genuinely crazy and insane. So we're in the most difficult part of the movement right now, where we have the least support and the most opposition. And because there's only like 50 or 100 people in the movement, it again, you know,
No
it makes you question and doubt yourself. Like, you know, maybe I am wasting my life. Maybe this activism is pointless. So we're in the most challenging part now. As the movement gets bigger, it will, you know, that stress and that self-doubt will get relieved. But in terms of finances, yeah, it's difficult. When, you know, for example, if you're like me and you can't bring yourself to just do a job when you know you want to do activism to try and make the world better. Like my motivation to do activism is so overwhelming that yeah, I've not been working for the last year basically. And you know, is it paying off? Well, I'd like to think so. When I joined the movement, it was a lot smaller than it is now, and I've since gotten, you know, millions of views and had loads of people join the movement and who are now doing activism. So I'd like to think it's worth it. And financially, it's been very difficult on me. You know, part of me thinks that, you know, if I keep going, maybe, who knows, maybe a millionaire will sponsor me at some point, or who knows, right? Or maybe I'll just get big enough on TikTok to actually make money out of it. Either way, it's not looking good financially, but but one idea that we have at the movement, which wasn't my idea, someone else in the movement came up with it, was to create a compound in India. Most of our, well, the movement started in India, and we have lots of activists in India, very loyal, die-hard activists. And yeah, one idea we've got is to create a compound where everyone can live for free, they can be doing activism, you know, have a bit of structure, you're with people that understand you and that, you know, that aren't calling you crazy for supporting ending suffering. And potentially we could all live there for very cheap or for free. And maybe we could even start a business there. In terms of a business for the movement, you know, everyone's doing activism. They're putting their whole life into it. They don't even have time to work. So a business for the movement would be helpful. And I think that the best business to go into as activists would be video editing, because we're already learning to edit videos for our activism, and there's a lot of demand out there for even basic video editing. So it would improve our skills professionally and for the activism. So I think that would be a good idea. But yeah, a compound where everyone can live for free, there's no financial stress, and you can just do activism and be with people that understand you. I think that's the ideal situation. It's just difficult to survive in this, you know, pro-suffering world where if you speak out against it, you get demonized.
Yeah. Do you think that there's people, you know, these kind of people up at the top that you were discussing earlier, billionaires, Donald Trump, these evil people that are kind of ruling the world right now? Do you think they're aware of this, like even before you guys got together and started this movement? Do you think they generally have this idea that the kind of only way to stop suffering would be extinction? Do you think they kind of have a like esoteric knowledge of this?
What, the billionaires?
Yeah, these people that are running the world, causing, most of the suffering that's going on right now. Do you think they're aware that extinction would be the only way to solve it?
Um, I don't think they think about it. I think that
Okay.
most people think that, most people never think about extinction. They don't think it's realistic. Their only thought about extinction is, oh, climate change might cause extinction a few hundred years from now. We should do something about it. That's it.
And then one more, because I'm killing your viewership here because we're not arguing. Do you think anybody's in the world is kind of going out of their way with a genuine effort to lower suffering that you think might have an impact, and kind of, because it sounds like suffering is the end goal. Like, you don't want suffering to happen. Extinction, as of right now, seems to be the only way to do it. But I heard you mention earlier that if we could find a way to end suffering, heck yeah, let's do that instead. Do you think anybody's working towards that in a meaningful way right now?
The thing is that to end suffering without extinction, you would still need to basically do extinction anyway, because to guarantee no suffering, no life developing and then suffering, you still have to sterilize the universe anyway, right?
Yeah.
So imagine that the end goal for life without extinction would be like a simulation or something, like a digital reality. Well, you're going to want that to be sterile, so that there's no actual suffering in it, no life developing in it, or outside of it. So, look, extinctionism is kind of like optimization of conditions for life, right?
Yep.
So yeah, we should bring life out of suffering, and yeah, if we do that, maybe we can start. Basically, you've got like the world is currently hell, and we should take everyone out of hell. And if we ever find a way to create heaven, then maybe we can put life into that heaven. But that doesn't seem realistic at the minute.
Yep.
All we have that is realistic at the minute is extinction, and yeah, banishing this hell.
And then, are you vegan? A lot of vegans have this general idea around extinction regarding like domesticated animals that are used for industrial, like animal agriculture.
So a lot of people in our movement are vegan. But we don't allow people to support or advocate for veganism because it does technically cause more suffering, and it's also mostly used as an excuse to virtue signal, right? To say, I've done my part, I'm a vegan, I don't have to do anything else.
Yeah, fuck you, man. You're way too good at this. All right, dude, I appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation, man. Keep
All
fighting
right,
the
thank
good
you,
fight.
Alan. Thank you for
See
coming
ya.
on. But also a vegan world would have much more suffering. It would have no deforestation. It would have no mining operations and stuff like that, right? So all of that land, every time we make a new table or a new chair, right? It's deforestation. So a vegan world would have no deforestation. It would have much more wild animal suffering. So yeah, technically, if you go vegan right now, it causes more suffering because it transfers that suffering to wild animals, and they suffer worse and in larger numbers. And you may think, oh no, surely it doesn't work like that. It does. It actually does work like that. You can read all about it on our website, on our full FAQ on the website. Question 33 goes into a lot of detail on that with graphics as well. So I highly recommend everyone read question 33 on the website FAQ. And let's see who else we got. Do we have any more controversial, spicy guests that want to debate and tell us how much children love to suffer? Let's see who else is in the queue. High vibrational music. Let's get them on. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I have Bluetooth headphones on. I'm so excited. Well, I'm not here to debate you. My name is Kia. I'm 31 years old. I'm from East Africa originally, but I live in the United States. And I am an anti-natalist. I believe giving birth is one of the most evilest acts that a person can do. I am also misanthropic. I don't like humanity. And the reason I don't like humanity is because I believe that the human race is a cosmic mistake. I believe that human beings are evil and selfish. And there are some people that are empathic and compassionate. I would consider you one of those people. I consider myself one of those people simply because suffering hurts me. The suffering of any human being, the suffering of any animal, just suffering in general hurts me. And it hurts me so much that I became a misanthrope. I'm neurodivergent. My entire life, I've been abused. I've been brutalized. I've been bullied. I've been humiliated, not only by the general public, but even my own flesh and blood. I think that human beings have this ego that makes them think that they mean something, that they are better, that they're above um, all other species. But I actually think that we're below animals. I believe we are beasts. I believe we are savages capable of extreme harm. I believe that,
But animals
you know,
are
like
too. Animals are too, though.
animals are too, but I'm a little
So,
bit biased.
so,
That's
so
the only
we
thing. I'm a little
shouldn't. We
bit biased
shouldn't.
about
It's the
animals.
same. It is the same. Animals are just like humans. Humans are animals as well. So it is similar.
Okay, so another thing I wanted to mention, I'm a little bit nervous because I've never gone up here on TikTok, but you know, human beings complain about these billionaires and these elites, right? Oh, they are oppressing us. They make us pay taxes. Oh, we can't afford this, we can't afford that. But these human beings, they can come together. They can garden, they can barter, they can trade food amongst each other. They don't have to rely on these systems, but they don't do that, you know? And they continue to want to procreate knowing that they're being oppressed, knowing that they're bringing children into suffering. So there's something really sadistic about human beings. And it makes me kind of like
Well, we're
disgusted by them.
animalistic, basically. We're very animalistic, but we evolved to be that way. So it's not that humans are supernaturally evil. It's that nature is evil, and nature programmed us to be evil because we would be more likely to survive that way.
Yeah, that is true because I was raised by a narcissist, right? And they never liked me. They never had compassion towards me. They never cared about me. And to me, I always thought, why would someone who gives birth to you hate you, you know? And that made me look at the human being and the human condition and the human psychology as evil, as a threat. And I tell people humans are evil. They scapegoat the devil and Satan and stuff. Whenever they do something wrong, they always say, "Oh, it's the devil.
Yeah,
Oh, it's this and this."
but nature is the reason that we're evil. That's what's important to understand.
And what was I gonna say? God, I forgot what I was gonna say. But I wanted to bring up a point. God, I forgot. Damn. Okay, yeah. I tell people about, you know, uh, antinatalism. I'm African, so I would love for this to spread throughout Africa because African people have so many children. They don't care about poverty. They don't care about the suffering of their children. The African continent is full of suffering. And I
Yeah,
spread this
but
message,
the
but
problem with antinatalism, though, is that it doesn't help animals, right? So extinctionism is much better than antinatalism. So, and the
okay,
thing
maybe
is,
I don't.
yeah, and the problem is that we need humans to keep reproducing temporarily until after we've done animal extinction. Then we can do human extinction.
But okay, I don't get that though. Why do you need humans to reproduce more though? Because
Because if humans go extinct, then we won't be able to help
oh, no
animals.
one's there to, yeah, no one's there to
Yeah.
see. The only thing that I would disagree with is the
Humanity is the
animal.
solution, not the problem.
The only thing that I would disagree with is the animal part because it's not like we can ask the. I mean, maybe because we can't talk to an animal and ask them, "Are you
Well, we just
suffering?"
get rid of them basically. That's the only way to end their suffering.
I love animals.
Yeah, but if you love the ones that suffer as well, then you'll want to protect them,
I'm
right?
thinking. I'm meditating on that thought right now.
You see, we evolved to not care about the ones that suffer. Okay, so that's what you're struggling with. We evolved just ignore
Yeah,
the
I don't
ones
think
that
I
suffer.
thought of. I don't think I really thought. I'm like so into antinatalism and the suffering of humans because I don't like people who I don't like when people who are autistic or neurodivergent or something. I don't like when they go through hell on earth and they have mental health problems. Like I hate how society treats them that
Yeah.
I got so hurt by that I don't even,
Yeah, but
when I think about the
animals suffer
animals.
even more. Animals get eaten alive. They get chased by scary animals and then get eaten alive, right? So would you rather be a
That's
human or a
true.
wild animal? Being chased and then eaten alive. So yeah, animals suffer way worse. They have the worst conditions, right? We have medicine, we have shelter, we have clothes. They have nothing. They have just pure danger, starvation, diseases, no shelter, no medicine, nothing. So yeah, it's way worse. So they don't
Yeah,
deserve
because
that.
when you think about it, that is true because the gazelle, for example, in the gazelle runs from the lion. The lion is the predator, the gazelle is the prey. In my life, I'm like a gazelle, and the narcissistic and bad people are the lions. So in reality, me and the gazelle, we kind of are the same in terms of like being in danger and suffering. So
Yeah,
I
but
never thought
even
about it like
lions
that.
suffer as well, though. Lions suffer too.
But
Everyone
how? How do
suffers. The
lions suffer?
problem is that everyone suffers, right? It gets confusing when you try and say, well, do humans suffer more than animals do? No, just you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, everyone suffers terribly, and even one animal suffering terribly is too many. Even one human is too many. Life doesn't need to exist. It has zero value, zero need to exist, right? It's basically worthless. Whereas safety from suffering, that is strictly necessary. You have to have safety. Safety comes first, fairness comes first. We need a world where nobody is begging for death, no one is suffering, and only total extinction makes that possible, protects them, and helps them.
I'm assuming that you don't believe in like an afterlife or anything like that, huh? Like a heaven, a hell, or something like that.
No.
It's just this world. This exists. I don't know. I'll think about it. I do support the extinction of human beings, but I have to think about the animal part a little bit more.
Even with just humans, right? Antinatalism won't work. The antinatalists will go extinct, and those who love life will keep forcing kids to suffer forever.
Damn, yeah. But you can. It's kind of confusing. Yeah, the anti-natalists will go extinct because they'll stop reproducing, and then the bad people that don't care about suffering will continue to reproduce.
Yep.
Damn,
Forever.
you're right. So we have to keep reproduce. So we have to grow in our population in order to.
We are the
Oh
solution, not the
God.
problem, right? We need active solutions. We need to improve things instead of just because antinatalism is basically doing nothing, right? And it
Yeah,
doesn't
it
help
is.
animals. It doesn't help any other child. So we need a universal system which helps everyone and protects everyone, provides as much safety for the world as possible from being born and suffering, to make it so that no life is forced to exist, no life is born in unsafe conditions ever again.
But how about someone said he's actually changing young minds? I'm 31 years old. I just have a really young sounding voice, but so if the people that are pro extinction grow in population and then they're doing the I guess you stated that it would be like technically putting people to death in a ethical way. What happens when the population, let's say there's only 100 people left and then there's 2 people left? What happens to the one last being standing on this planet?
Well,
If it ever happens.
if it's an extinctionist, then they would probably do the right thing. But realistically, it's not going to go down that way. By the time extinction happens, it's probably going to be in the future. 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and so AI and robots are going to be running the world anyway, right? It's going to be the robots most likely carrying out the euthanasia on humans.
Why are the evil, like psychopathic elite, why are they seeking to do that though? They don't care about suffering, so
I
what
don't
do
think
they
they
get
are.
out of it?
I don't know about any famous people trying to cause extinction.
Like, what about when they're like trying to like replace us with robots and stuff? What
Well,
is
that's a
that
good
not?
thing, right? We should have robots do the work so that we don't have to.
Yes, I agree with that, but I mean like Do you not think that they're trying to lower the population? I feel like they are, though.
I don't think so, no. Most
You
countries
think
are
they're
trying
trying?
to get more people to reproduce. Most people are offering more money, more benefits, more discounts and things if you do have kids, right? And the nationalistic people, the patriots, the racist people, whatever,
Yeah.
they're saying we have to have more kids. We need more white people. We need more white people, right?
Yeah, they do say that we need more white people. The birth rate has gone down, etc.
There you go.
I don't
So,
know. This
so
is
most people are pro-life, okay, and it's only really the pro-extinction movement that compassionately, ethically wants to abolish all of the suffering. So, look, maybe you have some people saying, "Let's make the world burn" or something. That's not us. We're not angry at the world. We just care about those who are suffering.
And do you think that this will ever be successful? Do you think that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
will achieve that?
Well, suffering's never going to end until we do it, right? So the need is always going to
That's
be there.
true. We are in control of the suffering because we continue to feed the beast and continue to allow it. In a way, we create the suffering.
Well, no. Again, most suffering is in nature, right? Over 99% of the population on this planet is animals in nature, and they have very little to do with humans, right? Very little. Okay, look, maybe we kill a fish when we take it out the water, okay? But that's a momentary thing. It's got its entire life of suffering before that, right? Running from other sharks and stuff, starving to death, having parasites and diseases, chronic pain, stuff like that. So, most suffering is completely independent of humans. Most animals dying are dying at the hands of nature, not humans, in the vast, vast majority of the cases. So, yeah, human suffering is a tiny minority, and then human-caused suffering is a really even smaller minority. All right, let's get the next guest on. Gonna work my way up from the bottom of the queue. Someone's asking how old I am. I'm 32.
Hello.
Hello, how
Can
you
you hear
doing?
me?
Yes.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, good, good. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. First, I have a question that I think it's important for everyone that comes after me, and also for the benefit of your show. And then also, then I have my argument. So, I would like to ask you, like, I don't mean to be rude, or I don't want to get kicked out instantly, but why do you kick people who disagree with you, since your show's point is to conversate with people who you disagree with, and for you to prove your point and to have a conversation about that. I think it's good for your cause to have a conversation. I disagree with you, and I don't think we will, even after our conversation, we will still have different opinions. But I think for people who come after me that also disagree, would probably like to also have a chance to talk before being kicked out instantly.
Yeah, I mean, usually when I kick someone out, it's because it's just getting embarrassing at that point, right? They've gotten desperate, and now they're just babbling nonsense, basically. Yeah.
I will agree that there are people who have joined and they don't really have a good point and they waffle on about. But my question is for you first is, do you think life has meaning?
No.
I think this is important. Okay, you don't believe life has meaning. So do you believe that morality is objective or subjective?
It's objective, yeah.
Okay, so do you believe that it's objective? Why? Because of God, or why do you believe it's objective if life has no meaning?
Yeah, so morality is objective because essentially, most people aren't trying to find real morality, so they'll never understand it properly anyway. And so morality relies on rationality, essentially, to say, right, to have a moral system, an ethical system, and then to see if it's coherent and consistent, right? So that's a massive part of what makes it objective, essentially.
So
is that it can be tested.
Okay. Well, would, in your case, if I believe, life has no meaning. Well, I do believe in meaning in life, and
Well, where does that come from? God?
well, I am agnostic. I would say I'm not sure still in my belief.
What does
still
meaning
growing.
mean for you? Is it like
Well, I would first want to say my argument to end. I would say, if you believe it's objective, if it's objective, and I mean, no, I would say first that if you believe life is meaningless, I would believe it to be subjective then, because if there's no guaranteed meaning, or then morality and what we make of it
what do you
as
define
living
as
beings.
meaning?
Huh?
What is meaning to you?
Well, I don't know how to define that right now. I'm
'Cause I
quite
don't know,
nervous
I
to
don't know
talk.
what
Yeah,
you're
I don't
talking about
normally
when you say
debate, but
meaning.
can I first finish what I was trying to say? So, if life is meaningless, I would then believe it to be subjective, since
You don't even know what you're
there's
talking
no.
about. You can't even define meaning.
Well, if you don't think there's any.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point to this conversation. You don't even know what you're talking about, right? You're trying to bring your position, and as soon as I say, well, what is that? You're like, I don't know, but my entire argument depends on this. So what? Yeah, why do I kick people out who have no idea what they're talking about, don't even know what their own opinion is? It's because it's like talking to a pigeon, and that's just boring and frustrating. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
So, what was your point again?
Suffering is bad, and we should make sure that no one has to suffer.
For humans or every animals?
Everyone, animals too.
But then how does that make sense? Because, I mean, suffering is part of life for other animals.
Yeah, but just because it's part of life doesn't mean it's good or should stay that way.
I mean, good and bad is for humans. For animals, there's no such thing, I think.
Well, no, if an animal suffers, that's a bad thing, right?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because good and bad is like, it's invented by humans. It's like religious.
So why is it? No, it's not. That doesn't make sense, right? We didn't invent logic, right? Logic existed independent of humans. We just use it, okay? And the same with ethics and morality. So it's not something that we invented. That doesn't make any sense. And yeah, animals suffer, and they don't deserve to suffer. And it's just by random chance that you weren't born as an animal. And just because you were born as an animal doesn't mean that you should suffer and we should ignore you, right? We should care about all life, because we could have been born as an animal, we could have been born as a human, and they suffer. There's no reason not to care about them and to help them. I just don't get the hatred for animals that people have, right? It's like, let the animals suffer. Well, I do get it. I completely get it. But I guess just for the sake of conversation and to be dramatic, I'll say I don't get it. Of course, we do get it, right? It's they're irrational. So it's like basically just these irrational people just imagine that their brain is a computer and it's too small, right? You need 100 gigabytes to run this program, right? Called rationality. Well, their capacity is only 80 gigabytes or 70 gigabytes or 1 gigabyte for some people. So that's kind of my thinking develops on this kind of stuff in terms of gets more advanced, I would like to say. And yeah, seeing it as a small computer trying to run a big program that's too big for it, I feel like that is a good way of thinking of it. So yeah, the more advanced your brain is, the bigger your brain is, the more capacity it has for rationality, for understanding, for intelligence. And so if your brain isn't good enough to do that, if your computer isn't good enough to do that, it's going to lag, right? It's going to lag really badly. Your frame rate's going to drop. It's going to crash, right? So loading the empathy program onto most people's hardware is going to get rejected. Hello, how you doing?
What up, my brother?
Yo,
What's your name? James Sayedine?
it's actually pronounced Idwan, but yeah.
Oh, that's actually pretty dope. So I see your prompt: forcefully causing total extinction of all life is the only right thing to do. As it ends all suffering.
Exactly.
I guess my argument against it is: do you think that trials and suffering is to obtain, I guess, something enlightful and enlightening?
I don't think there is any meaning to life, any purpose. That's just cope, basically. The whole idea that there's meaning is just a lie. It never existed, right? We live in a dark, horrible world, and there is no meaning. There is no God coming to help us. There's just innocent beings screaming in pain, and all we can do is help them.
That's what led you to that idea? Like, what was your
Well,
I guess
thinking about the world, learning about the world, seeing all the terrible suffering in the world, and learning about it, understanding how bad it is, and how shockingly unacceptable it is.
okay? Have you ever heard of this idea that since the world is kind of like an ecosystem and everything kind of needs each other, that it was made by a creator? Like they use a car for an example. Do you believe in that kind of like theory?
No, I don't believe in God. Our movement is for atheists only. We have to use the scientific method to be rational, to be practical, and to be responsible.
Okay, what is rational for you? Like, what do you deem rationality is, since life is pointless?
Rationality is kind of it's like consistency, coherency, and lack of inconsistency, I guess. There's a lot more to it than that, I suppose. But yeah, most
Okay,
people are irrational, whereas extinctionists are much more rational in comparison, and that means that we don't, use logical fallacies. We don't straw man. We don't misunderstand, misrepresent. We can actually, so like, when you're arguing with someone and they say something that just doesn't make sense, and it's like, how can you possibly think that makes sense, right? That's irrational. Okay, so we do that far less, basically.
okay. I'm about to ask you a loaded question, but it's to lead to something else. Would you say that it's rational that a car was made to be driven?
Yeah, for sure.
Would you say that it's rational that something that can sustain life is made to, that organism is made to live through life?
But it sounds like you're saying, appealing to meaning and purpose, right? But
Well, okay. Keep on going.
I was just going to say
You may
that there is
have to
no
answer.
meaning, there is no purpose. There's just what is. That's it. All there is what you can see, what there is, right? There's nothing behind the scenes. There's no supernatural meaning or purpose behind any of it. There's just a cold, horrible world with loads of suffering, and we just have to help the sufferers.
This is interesting, and I hate to say the exact same thing. Since life has no meaning, how do you look at, since the world sustained life? I know we're going back to that, not going to meeting, but maybe I can more understand where you're coming from. Since the world sustained life, for life to grow, how can you say that life has no meaning, even though we do see suffering?
Because
So I get,
look, do you even know what you're saying, right? What is meaning?
I think meaning, I think suffering is a part of meaning. I think
But
happiness,
what is meaning?
uh, meaning something that's worth it. Let's just say in like a general term, something that's worth it.
Okay, but it's impossible for suffering to make happiness worth it. That's the problem.
Well, I don't think suffering, I wouldn't say that suffering make happiness worth it. I think suffering is sometimes necessary to get to something.
Look, I agree with that, but that's irrelevant, right? That's nothing to do with, making sure that children aren't being eaten alive, right?
Are you saying it's irrelevant because you think that life has no meaning, or like what's your logical reasoning?
Because that's nothing to do with the sufferers in this world, right? We're here to talk about why suffering is unacceptable, right? And why we should prevent it, provide safety from it. So, meaning it just doesn't seem relevant to the conversation, right? What's relevant, what matters in this conversation and in the world is that, children are being abused right now, sadists are abusing animals, people are living with lives of pure depression, wishing they'd never been born. That's not fair, right? That's horrible. It's cruel. It's unnecessary. It's unfair. It's wrong. It's evil. It's selfish. We should provide safety for everyone, make it so that nobody is begging for death.
So you're saying since there are people killing people, people have slaves, people eating babies, that makes life meaningless.
No, meaning doesn't exist in the first place, right? So meaning can't exist, right? But it makes life something that should be stopped, basically. The fact that life is in unlimited danger and can suffer terribly, that means that life is a bad thing if it's going to cause suffering.
What if somebody has a good life? Should their life still be ended since it's kind of like vanity and has no meaning?
It's not about the meaning. It's about the
Well,
suffering. So,
my bad. I'm trying not to say meaning because I understand you don't. But continue. I didn't mean to say meaning.
yeah. So
I was
even
trying to say.
even someone having a good life, tomorrow they could have an accident which makes their life terrible, and it can make it so terrible that they would have been better off not being born. Right. So nobody is asking to be born into that danger, and yet we are forcing innocents to face that danger and to then suffer terribly and wish they'd never been born. So no one deserves that. We have to have a zero tolerance policy on allowing lives of pure hell, right? Nobody should have to be trapped in a life of pure hell begging for death. And that's the worst thing happening in the world. And so in a fair world, obviously we should prioritize the sufferers, those who actually need help the most.
Okay, so you're kind of saying the people that are suffering, let's go ahead and put them out their misery, and the
No,
people that's not.
but the problem is life existing without certainty of safety, right? Without certainty of safety, you're always going to have unlucky ones suffering terribly, or maybe even everyone suffering terribly. So we're in the worst conditions for life existing right now, and it's wrong. It's not fair. Nature has done this. No loving person would decide to make some suffer terribly so that some can have fun at their expense. And no loving person would allow that to continue. If you actually care about life, then you'll care about the sufferers, and you'll understand that we need to help them to not suffer more than we need to allow, shallow privilege to continue at their expense.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm not going to be on here too much longer. I just had some questions about you personally, if I could ask.
Okay.
Since there is no such thing as meaning when it comes to life, and we're all just going to die. Well, obviously, we're going to die. How do you? It seems like you smile a lot. You have a great smile. How do you go through life smiling, and do you get depressed, or like what gives you to thrive? Get on TikTok and share this.
The empathy, right? So as empaths or extinctionists, we feel the suffering of the victims weighing down on us, right? It's our responsibility. So in the same way that you would feel stressed if your child was suffering or in hospital or something, we feel that way for all of the life out there suffering. So they're depending on us, right? So we feel that responsibility because we have to help. No one else is going to do it. We're the only ones that understand that they need help.
And how would you
So I would say
forcefully?
empathy is the main drive.
The main drive. Okay. How would you forcefully cause total extinction to all life? And why do you think that is the right thing to do? Like, who gives you the moral compass? Like, why
So
do you
the
think what
moral
you
the
think
moral
is moral?
compass comes from intelligence and understanding what's right and wrong. and looking into what's right and wrong, trying to understand it.
So what is right and wrong for you?
Yeah, the only right thing is a fair world, where there's no suffering, no danger of suffering. A safe world for everyone, basically.
So let's say that when my back is against the wall, when I'm at my lowest, that's when I do my best. Why would you take that suffering when that suffering can actually help some people? Of course,
Because it's not
I'm
about your
generalizing.
back hurting. It's about the fact that you could be trapped in extreme suffering worse than that, which can be so bad that you'll wish you had never been born.
Okay, but even though some people back do hurt, even though their back is on the wall, they get into a better position. Why take that
Right,
away from them?
but getting terminal cancer as a baby, you don't improve from that. You don't benefit from that.
Well, okay, so I'm speaking more in general. I'm not talking about external.
So
I'm
you're
saying
saying
like,
we should ignore all of the actual sufferers and just focus on those who are luckier than them.
no, because I think you're actually ignoring the people that just had a bad day and trying to eradicate them. So I'm saying
So
why?
yeah, it's those who need help more, you would ignore them and help those who need help less. Is that right?
Well, your question says forcefully causing total extinction of all life, not just exceptions, not just a terminal cancer,
Yeah,
of
but
all
that's the
life. So
only
you're
way to
taking,
guarantee that nobody else suffers like that ever again. Duh.
but
How else are you going to prevent anyone else from being forced into a life of pure hell? Or do you just not care if people are forced into a life of pure hell?
no, I do
Obviously,
care,
you
but I
don't.
think
You think we should just ignore them and talk about the more general ones. So,
no.
but that same
But I
mentality
think
says,
suffering is
yes, let
good.
them suffer. Screw them.
No, I think suffering is good at times. Like when I
Yeah, we
suffer,
get that,
even though
Tez, and thank you for that conversation. I think we've reached the conclusion of that now. Just going around in circles there. All right. Zan is asking, can I come up? Sure. Hello, how you doing? Okay, sounds like you have some extreme audio issues. So, yeah, we've got a few people asking in the chat, can I come up? Yes. Let's get you up. Let's start with Zan. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just had a quick question. How do you plan on causing total extinction for all life without resorting to violence?
We don't mind resorting to violence.
Oh, so you don't?
Well, what would be wrong with that?
No, because I was kind of just curious. I'm guessing for
Well, we'd be using
humans,
euthanasia, and
yeah. So, but
euthanasia
what about
can look like violence.
animals?
But
Because there are like a lot of animals. How would you
euthanasia.
eradicate them?
Yeah, euthanasia, like probably with a gas or something like that.
Oh, so you are basically saying you want to eradicate all life using. So basically, my question was, what if that causes them pain and suffering?
Yeah, it will be less than whatever life is causing. So it's
Oh,
impossible.
so you will rather use this temporary, short but high type of suffering instead of like
Well, no, euthanasia
not as
doesn't
much
cause
suffering
suffering.
as the
Euthanasia
other,
doesn't cause suffering.
you know?
It ends suffering.
Because I
Yeah, no, euthanasia is not
Yeah, but I
usually
was
very painful.
just
No.
curious, how would you do it on everything? How would you do it on every single living organism?
Well, like I say, we have to find the ways to do that, but we've already made several species of animals go extinct with, rifles. So we can definitely find some better methods. And yeah, it might take the form of gas or something else.
Yeah, but while we are eradicating.
Say again? You broke up.
Oh, yeah, my bad. So you're basically saying you don't want to cause suffering whilst eradicating certain species? Is that
Ideally,
correct?
but there might be some collateral damage.
But you also don't mind on resorting to a bit of pain and suffering in order to eliminate them, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We would happily torture every animal and human for 10,000 years horrifically if that was the only way to do it, because it would still be less than billions of years of more suffering. So it's still the lesser of two evils.
Oh, okay. Thank you for having me.
No worries. Thank you
Cheers.
for coming on, Sam. All right, wicked. That was a good one. And we've who else? David Runs. They've been wanting to come up for a while.
Yo, what's
Hello,
up,
how
man?
you doing?
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, good, good.
All right, so my question would be this for like, so as an extinctionist, right? And you believe why don't extinctionists start with themselves? Like, why don't you end your life?
Yeah, because that wouldn't do anything to cause extinction. It would do the opposite.
Okay, but setting the example, I mean.
But how? So who do you think is going to set the example, like, and follow that example? Do you think that suicide is a realistic way to get everyone to follow an example?
Well, if you state your cause, hey, this is, suffering will end, blah blah blah, and then you start with yourself, you don't think that could possibly open the eyes of others and be like, oh, maybe.
No, I
But I
think
thought,
that's an extremely unrealistic thing. I think lots of people have committed suicide, and amazingly, this will be shocking news to you, but no, the entire planet didn't say, "Wow, someone killed themselves. We should all do it too."
so you do believe that you have a purpose.
Are we speaking different languages here?
Well, earlier you said that you don't believe in purpose, but you believe that you have a purpose.
Yeah.
But I thought you didn't believe in purpose 5 minutes ago.
We can give ourselves purpose, but I don't think that any just exists in the ether.
So it doesn't exist, but you can give it to yourself? How does that
Why
make
not?
sense?
Why not?
Well, I thought it doesn't exist. How can you give yourself something that doesn't exist?
I don't know, very easily. I can say, I decide that today my purpose from now on is to end all suffering. There you go. These people are very stunted, aren't they? Hello, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I just want to ask you one question. Why do you think that the suffering outweighs all life? So,
Yeah. So the thing is that happiness can't justify suffering. It just can't. It basically, suffering has infinite weight and value over happiness. So
but why though? Can I ask you, if some people are happy, will you not kill them?
No, they're still in danger of not being happy, right?
But what do you mean in danger?
Unless you do total extinction, some will suffer terribly. So the only way to protect everyone is to not have any suffering, for everyone to be safe.
So why don't you kill only the people who suffer?
Because if you leave some, they'll reproduce and make more suffering, and they'll get hit by a car the next day, and they'll suffer as well.
Okay,
So
but if they get hit by a car, why don't you kill them if they are maybe?
okay, and what if they take a child into a dungeon and start abusing it?
What do you mean?
What if they do what they're doing right now, which is to force children into basements and abuse them to death, right? How are you going to help that child?
You kill the perpetrator.
And so why aren't they doing that now?
They should.
But why so you think that it's easy to have omniscience and to know where they're going to be, what they're doing, and when? Are you living in the real world?
But
you think that if they wanted to, they could just kill every child abuser right now? You think it's just an easy thing to do? You're not living in the real world. You're not living in the real world. You're living in like Sims 4 or something. You're living in a cartoon world where the real physics of the world just don't exist, and you can do whatever you want. You're not living in the real world. So yeah, this idea that but we can just murder anyone who's been tortured, right? We'll torture them and then kill them as well. That's a great plan, guys. Hello, how you doing?
Good, thanks. So you're like an
natalist kind of.
No. Anti-natalist. That's a self-defeating ideology, right? It's not you can't ask everyone to not have kids. That will never work, and it doesn't help animals either. So I'm an extinctionist, not an anti-natalist.
What's the difference?
So antinatalism is about doing nothing and then pretending that you're a hero, right? It's literally you're helping a child that doesn't even exist. You're doing nothing and then saying, "Oh, look at me, aren't I good?" But that does nothing to help animals. It does nothing to help anyone else's child. It does literally nothing. Full stop. So yeah, we're different. We support actively causing total extinction, defending life with force, basically.
Yeah, but that's prevention from suffering, though.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, prevention is better than treatment.
Yeah, but you're acting like it's this bad thing that like preventing suffering is bad.
No, preventing suffering is a good thing.
Yeah, but okay, here's the thing. All right. To end the suffering, all right. Why don't you start like some religion, big social media group, say, teach people your ways, yeah?
Yeah, I'll start a religion. That's a genius idea. I'll get some really smart people to join, some really capable people who can help with extinction. I know, religious people. Yeah, they're really smart, aren't they? Wow, fantastic suggestion, Christo. But I'm going to throw that one in the bin and probably not come back to it.
James.
Benjamin.
Hi, James.
What's good?
How are you?
I'm all right.
Good. Are you single?
I knew it. I could tell you were stroking. All right, let's see who else we got. See who else in the queue. Man, these sickos that come on and objectify me. They say, look at his eyes, look at his perfectly chiseled jawline. It's disgusting. All right, who else we got? Zolos. Bringing on Zolos. Hello.
Hi, James.
Oh, no.
How do you think this is possible?
Well, anything's possible.
But not everything at the same time.
What do you mean at the same time?
You can cause a mass extinction at the same time for
It
everybody.
doesn't have to be at the same time.
Okay, so it will be in steps?
Yeah.
How will this be initiated?
We have to grow the movement until we have enough people to carry out total extinction.
And how will this be done?
Yeah, so we have to take over the world, start running it ethically. It's being run by criminals right now anyway, so that needs to happen. And then, yeah, we start doing animal extinction for animals by euthanasia, while removing our dependence on them, and researching how life develops on planets and in the universe and how to prevent it. And then, yeah, do as much as we can to provide safety for as much of the world as we can. And then once we're no longer useful and we're still in danger for no reason, that's when we make humanity go extinct, once it's no longer useful.
How are you planning on getting humanity to go extinct? That's my question. That has been my question from the beginning.
By growing the movement until we have enough people to do it.
Yeah, but how? Do they commit a mass suicide? Do you use
No,
nuclear
we wouldn't do it
weapons?
for them. We would just euthanize them.
You would euthanize them? You mean somebody from the movement?
Probably, yeah.
Good. Do you really think this is a viable scenario?
It's the only way to end suffering. It's the only right thing to do. So we have to fight for it.
I mean, logistically speaking, do you see these happening?
Yeah.
Okay. You still don't explain to me how this is possible, but you're definitely sure you can do that. Now, another question that I have on that.
If you have people fighting for it, then of course it's possible.
Yeah. But how will they do it? That's the question.
Well, why do you need to know? Why does it matter?
Well, it doesn't at the end of the day. Another question that I have for you is why do you hate suffering so much?
Because it's the only bad thing in the world, right? You know, why would you hate seeing a child scream in pain, right? Why would you hate seeing a child abused or an animal abused? It's empathy, right? It's caring about other life.
But there's also degrees in the suffering. There's also degrees in happiness. There's
Of
there's
course.
degrees to everything. It's not
Yeah.
just that children are suffering, that people are dying, that people are dying from cancer, that people are losing their loved ones. There's also good things happening in this world that balance everything out.
Well, it doesn't really balance it. Like, there's no pleasure that can make up for a child being abused, right? So there is
Sure.
no balance.
Are you familiar with the ideas of Buddhism?
It's garbage. It does nothing for no one. Doesn't help animals. Doesn't help children. It doesn't even help people.
Well, first of all, animals didn't ask for our help.
Well, no, they didn't ask to be born and to then be tortured. So
How do you know what they asked for? We haven't
Well,
communicated with animals.
You just said they didn't ask for our help, right? They didn't
Exactly.
ask for anything. They didn't ask for anything.
Then
and they
why are
didn't
you up
ask-
to decide for them that they should go extinct or not?
Well, nature is deciding for them that they should be born and tortured, right? So we can definitely say, yeah, that's bad.
They may
let's
not be
stop it.
viewing it as torture the way you do.
Well, you're not. It's better safe than sorry, right? Instead of better excusing and finding ways to justify cruelty.
But do you think there's fairness in deciding for others who are non...
Yes.
You haven't heard me yet. Do you think it's fair to decide for others, in this case, non-human beings, whether their suffering should be ended abruptly or not?
Yeah, we already do that.
Sorry, what?
We already do that.
Yeah, let's say we could just leave in peace. That would also be an option.
They don't live in peace, though. That's the problem.
That's up for them, though. That's up for them to decide how they would liberate themselves.
You're lying, right? By
No,
saying
I'm
they
not.
live in. You said they live in peace. Do animals live in peace?
When I say leave in peace, I mean leave them alone as humans should do.
But they still won't be in any significant peace if we do that.
We wouldn't know.
Well, you wouldn't know if you're deaf, dumb, and blind, but for those of us living in this world, yeah, we do know that they're suffering. He's trying to suggest that we don't know. If humanity goes extinct, maybe the lions will become vegetarians, right? Maybe, the wildfires will just stop happening. Maybe, extreme weather, maybe earthquakes will just cease to exist. Wow. Yeah, we don't know. Maybe it will happen. Right? Yeah. You're completely insane. I don't know why we even had him on the stream for that long. He's probably got an IQ of 5 or less. We don't know if animals will suffer. You're mental. You're absolutely mental. Look, I'm always explaining that people come on here and they say the most irrational things possible. And people say, well, James, what do you mean by rational? What's rational? What's irrational? There you go, everyone. People saying stupid things like, we don't know if animals will suffer after humans are gone. That's completely insane, right? You have to be extraordinarily irrational to say that, right? Extremely irrational. Okay. Strella has been asking to come on, so yeah, let's get B Strella up. Strella, how you doing?
Hi, how are you doing, James? Long time.
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you?
I'm great myself. I just wanted to emphasize on the irrationality. You know, people go ahead to come and say suffering is bad. Then when you give them these scenarios, they want to rationalize how suffering is not bad. So pretty much just trapping themselves in their own world, like talking about, yeah, I agree with you, suffering is bad, but then they're rationalizing it, trying to make it make sense. You know, how do we know animals suffer? Are you kidding me? An animal being eaten alive, okay, and making sound almost like it's being tortured. Do you need anything more than that to let you know that something is suffering? And then they bring about these things of balance. Oh yeah, we need this balances that out. Since when has like one life being lost can never be replaced? So there's no balance there, right? If you lose one life, the same life will not come back. Another life will come back, but not the same life. So it's never going to be balanced. I think it's a great platform to show how irrational people really, really are and fighting with themselves. I don't know if they're coping because I believe they're not just blind to suffering. They know. I think they might not be able to accept that is the painful reality, I guess. What would you say?
Well, yeah, I would say that they're trapped in they're trapped by their own genetics of their brain, right? They're basically being tortured by their brain. Look, evolution made it so that humans were irrational, right? So the more irrational humans were, the more they would reproduce, the more animalistic they would be, right? The more they would
Yes.
steal and kill to survive, the more they would just go on after basic pleasures like sex and reproduction. So yeah, that's meant that their brain is full of viruses and bloatware and
Yes.
terrible things. Basically, it's a
Yeah, that's
disaster. It's a disaster in there.
Yeah, that's true. Like, can you imagine? Like, they don't care about the people that are suffering. They want to focus on the ones that are, asking stupid questions like, "Don't you enjoy life?" Or, "There's other great things happening." They're completely bypassing human suffering, life suffering, and trying to look at people, as you like to say, watching Netflix or eating ice cream as as something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Yet kids are being molested to death. Animals are suffering more than us. People are being raped against their will. Nature in itself is sending like floods and natural disasters. It wants to kill you too. It's a lot of things just happening, and they completely just ignore the ones that actually need that help, and they want to focus on the utopia.
Yeah, spot on. And it's also they want the status quo, right? Extinctionism is saying, we need to change the world. This, the way that we do it now isn't okay. So, but they appeal to the status quo where, yeah, you can just sit back and do nothing, and we don't need to change the world. Just let it go on. It's an appeal to inaction and to just letting the world do whatever it wants, basically. So it's like it's a position of not thinking. It's saying, no, let's
Yeah.
not think. Let's not use our
Yeah.
brains. Let's do nothing.
Yeah, I agree with you, James. I'm a supporter of this movement, so I come here once in a while just to, put in my 2 cents. But great job overall.
Thank you, Strela. Pleasure to have you.
Okay.
Take care. We'll see you next time. All right. Okay, we've got maybe another 20, 30 minutes, something like that. James is going to have you all jumping off of cliffs. Well, no. We would have you doing activism to grow the movement, change the world, make it realize that suffering is bad, and that we have to create a universal system for everyone that's going to provide safety from being born, and prioritizing that not even one victim will exist. Okay, so that's not asking people to jump off a cliff. We need more humans, right? The more humans we have, the more powerful humanity will be. The more smart people we'll have, the more scientists we'll have working on different problems, right? So the more humans we have, the faster we can end all suffering, the faster we can do total extinction. That's just obvious. So yeah, we don't want people to do self-harm. We want people to go forth and multiply, and to do activism and work towards a universal system of safety for all that guarantees no suffering. But you can't really reduce suffering. In this world, it's so dangerous that there's always going to be unlimited risk of suffering, right? We're very fragile, we're very sensitive things. There's no way to realistically limit that nobody will ever suffer ever again without extinction. The world is too big of a place, it's too complicated. So life running around, look, let's say that you take your kids for a walk in a park that's full of dinosaurs and T-Rexes, right? They're in extreme danger. But if you don't take them into that park, they're safe, right? So the world itself is just too dangerous, right? There's always going to be some danger. You could get hit by a car, you could get an accident, you could just decide you don't want to live anymore, and then suddenly you're depressed. Life should only exist with certainty of safety, otherwise you're guaranteeing the risk of extreme suffering, and it's just unnecessary. There's no point. Life doesn't need to exist. Life does need to be safe from suffering. Still safer than around James. Ooh, we'll say that to my face.
Oh shoot, it's James, Jamie boy. I didn't think I was gonna get up here, man. I was really active in the comments, man. I'm kind of nervous now, man. I'm up here in the front seat.
You should be.
Oh man, I hope you didn't see anything I was saying.
You could.
I was saying very polite things about you.
You could get owned if you're not careful.
All right, bro. Here's the thing, James, man. You seem like a nice guy. You're having conversations with people. It's just funny. I don't understand. Like, how can you just like talk to people, be a nice dude, but then like at the same time, like your whole agenda is to erase the whole planet. Like you're searching for the Infinity Stones, and you're telling us to come help you find them so you could erase us with yourself. But you're a nice guy. I don't get it. Like, shouldn't you be like mean? Shouldn't you be like or something like because your end goal is to get us out of here.
Who needs more help? Someone begging for death or someone who's not begging for death?
Wait, say it again.
Who needs more help? Someone who's begging for death or someone who's watching Netflix and eating pizza?
I say the person who's begging for death needs more help, man.
Okay, so we should help those people over the ones that don't really.
James, nobody's begging for death.
Oh, you're another person living in a fantasy world. So which planet are you on?
I'm unfortunately on the same planet as you.
You're definitely not on the same planet as me. Lots of people.
I wish I wasn't, James. I wish I wasn't, but that's the case.
Lots of people are begging for death. Hey, look, someone in the comments just said they are. They are right now.
Who said? Yeah, maybe one of the trolls or something.
So you I'm looking
at the comments right now.
You really don't think there's anyone.
Okay, James, wait. But
you don't think there's a single person that doesn't want to be here?
There is, James, but you could just say as much. There's plenty of people who are happily suffering in their own lives, but they don't want it to be ended by a tyrant.
So who would you choose? Who are you going to choose? Are you going to choose the ones that don't need help or the ones that do need help?
I said the people that are suffering.
Will you help those who are suffering, or will you keep them suffering so that some can have fun at their expense?
My idea of helping somebody who's suffering is not by your genocidal euthanasia.
So are you against euthanasia? Do you think euthanasia should be banned for animals and for people?
No, I don't.
Oh wow!
I don't. But I think the way your euthanasia is to take a person who's healthy, but it just is suffering and just.
But they could be suffering tomorrow, right? They're in danger of unacceptable suffering.
Yeah, but why would that warrant a mass genocide to end But you did say one thing earlier I was confused about. You said to leave some humans alive, right?
No.
I thought you said that to the chick that was in the chat.
No, just that we need more humans temporarily until after we've done animal extinction.
And then we go for the humans.
Yeah.
All right. How? I think some guy already asked you this. I don't want to ask the same questions. I don't want to take your time too. But how are you going to go about doing this? So you're going to wipe out the animals, and then you're going to use the people that helped you, and then rally them all up and get some chairs ready and get the euthanasia going?
We could probably do a better way than a chair, but yeah.
Okay. Do you plan on being the last man standing, and then you're gonna do it to yourself, or
there's gonna be a death match to see who gets to be the last man standing?
Like Gulag?
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle to the death with swords. No, there's gonna be nothing like that. Okay, it's probably gonna be robots doing it anyway.
All right, so how do I sign up for this?
Well, you don't.
Why can't I? You're wait, hold on. Are you rejecting me?
Yeah.
We
don't just let anyone join. If someone's crazy, we don't let them join.
But at the end game, I'm gonna be part of this plan anyway because I'm gonna get wiped out too.
If someone's crazy, we don't let them join.
Wait, so I can't join, but I gotta wait for my time to come, pretty much.
So why do you want to join the pro-extinction movement? Let's hear your application.
Wait, James, you can't ask me why. I asked if I could join. I have to do
I
a
can ask you
interview.
why. I'm asking you now.
Is this an interview?
Yeah.
I'd like to. Okay, because this is so crazy. I'd usually just.
That's not a good start to
I'd
the
usually say
interview.
no, but
You're interviewing to work here, and you're calling it crazy.
No. I'm getting to the point. I'm saying this is so crazy that it's good. I've never seen something so crazy that it's good. I actually want to be a part of it. You're like Kanye West. You know, you're like
So
Kanye
you
West.
want to be a part of it because it's crazy. That's not.
No, you have you have the Kanye West confidence. It's like it's really appealing because it's so crazy, but it's like you're nailing it. I want to be a part of it.
Okay, well then join the Discord.
All right. Wait. All right. That's it. I just joined the Discord.
Yeah.
Is there like Isn't there like? Do I have to sign anything? This seems like a.
There's an application on the Discord which you might fail, but
man. All right, James. Well, hey man, it was nice talking to you, brother.
You too, mate.
Best of endeavors, brother. All right.
Thank you. You too.
Yep.
And if you ever do want to seriously help us end suffering, then yeah, join the movement. Everyone can join, but if you say stuff like we should make the world burn or something, then yeah, you will be kicked out. It's for compassionate and ethical people, responsible people, not for haters or angry people. It's for responsible people that want to do the right thing, to help others, and to make a better world. That's it, right? Extinctionism is not about, oh, I'm so depressed, fuck this world, right? It's about, we should provide safety for this world and make sure that nobody is suffering. It's really not that complicated. But it's more than that. It's saying that nobody should suffer, and that we should prioritize suffering at all costs, basically. So we would absolutely rather total extinction instead of one person suffering and 1 billion people happy. They don't need that, right? And the thing is, it feels really easy for most people who don't have empathy to condemn others to suffer. Right? It seems like a really easy thing to do. Yeah, there's only one person suffering, right? Can't be that bad. It's one person suffering, 2 people happy. What's potato? What's the big deal? But they're saying that without understanding what they're saying, right? Most people don't understand how bad suffering is and can be. Okay? So it's not just about existing suffering, it's about the potential for suffering. So, we have to consider those who are suffering the worst in the world, and we also have to consider how much worse it could be, right? Because, someone in the future could suffer even worse than what's currently happening. So, you have to consider all possibilities, all potential harm, potential suffering. So, if you really understood, how badly some are suffering right now, then there's no way you would say, let them suffer so that someone can have pizza. That's just not a real thing. Would you consider making sinister edits of extinctionism activism? Lots of people are doing it already. Pretty much every day someone makes a video of me talking, and then in the background, like, nuclear bombs are dropping and exploding. It's a funny thing, why not? As long as it gets the message out. Why are you making people suffer, James? Because, the suffering will help them grow as people, basically. So, a little bit of suffering is good, right? We can all agree with that. No, we have to make people suffer so that we can end all suffering eventually.
Hey, James.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I just want to ask about microbial life. So, like small unseen bacteria and other forms of life that we consider because of our size as unimportant, or even we don't really consider them as part of life, although they all have the same signs of life as we do.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, how do you classify life? And do you automatically bind the idea of life to consciousness, or do you think that any sort of pain receptors is enough for you to go through with what you want to do.
Well, I mean, we don't think that bacteria have consciousness, as far as we know, but it still counts as life. So I would say anything that can reproduce probably counts as life.
So anything that reproduces, even if it's not necessarily conscious.
Yeah.
But then wouldn't that defeat the point? Because suffering is only something that a conscious being can feel, right?
Well, no, because by getting rid of bacteria and plants, you're guaranteeing that they don't evolve back into sentient beings.
Oh, you mean like after billions of years or something?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks for answering.
No worries.
Bye-bye.
Okay, might do like one more person. We need bacteria and plants, bro. Well, the selfish people need them. The sufferers don't. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. I was just. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So when you say you're pro-extinction, what does that exactly mean? Can you like give like the simple meaning of it?
Pro-extinction means being in favor of making sure that nobody suffers ever again. It's caring about every last life form and prioritizing them and their safety at all costs. You know, guaranteeing that nobody is begging for death, even if it means there is no one to beg for death.
So does that mean that you believe that suicide is a good option for people?
It can be, yeah.
So if someone's struggling with mental illnesses and is having a temporary breakdown, would you say that it is right for them to hurt themselves?
No, but I mean, some people do benefit, some people don't.
So you believe that in any case when, say, a young teenager, say, is struggling with mental illness and they believe that their final option is to jump off a bridge, do you believe that that's all right?
Well, I don't know. It depends on the situation, doesn't it?
In what way can it be all right? Because we do know that mental illness can be changed, correct?
Well, mental illness isn't the only reason people do that.
I'm not saying it is. It's just one case scenario. So in what way is it all right that someone ends their own life because of a temporary issue in their life?
Well, how do you know it's temporary, right?
Well, mental illness is majority that it can be temporary if you want it to be temporary. So
so they choose to be depressed. It's about
no,
if they want
I
it
never
to be
said exactly
temporary.
that.
You said it can be temporary if they want it to be. So it's just a choice.
Yeah, because some people do bring depression on themselves. Am I correct?
It's the victim's fault.
No, I never. How is that?
It's their fault. They brought it on themselves. You said, and they can choose. It lasts as long as they want.
It's the exact same as when someone's addicted to something. They have to want to change. You can't just force them to change. So they have to.
It's their fault. It's their fault, basically.
That isn't what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is what you're saying. You're saying that it's just it's a choice.
It can be for some people.
Okay, but why are you making a generalization?
You can say it was a generalization all you would like, but if you look into it,
you are
suicide is.
You are
is a high.
generalizing. Do better. Do better.
Well, you're saying that people should die.
What, you don't think you don't think death has ever benefited anyone?
I believe it.
Would you ban euthanasia?
Euthanasia.
Wow. Okay. Well,
What'd
thank
you
you.
say? Sorry.
That was an amazing conversation. You clearly have so much to offer to the discussion. You know, amazing. What a an inspiring and intelligent individual. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, are you a Tung 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 Sahur accelerationist?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for coming on. Yeah, accelerationism it's about making people suffer more so that maybe they'll do better, but that's not realistic. People do better when they have more comfort, more ability to focus on other things. Joseph, hello, how you doing?
You all right?
Good.
Yeah, no, I was just sort of going on what you were saying about with the addiction thing, and I don't really know what the topic was. I just sort of caught the last bit what that lad was saying. But I do think it's a choice. I used to be an addict. You know, I chose to straighten my life out years ago. I choose to not take drugs again. I choose to not drink. I choose to look after my kids. It's a choice. I do believe it's a choice, and that's the only reason I wanted to come on here, because a lot of people say, no, it's not a choice, it's not this. It's their choice. Do you know what I mean? I've lost family members through drink. You know I've got, I say close friends, close past friends that I don't really associate with anymore. It's their choice to do what they do. It's their choice to abandon their
ultimately,
kids.
they didn't ask to be born and to suffer and then have to resort to drugs, though, right?
No, I get what you're saying, but that's like...
No, free will doesn't exist anyway, Joseph. So
Go on, what do you
they
mean?
never had any choice to begin with.
Lassie, Joseph, when people talk like you, they have never struggled. Lassie, you don't have a clue. I'm sorry, you do not have a clue. Sorry,
About
go on,
what?
what was you saying?
About what?
I don't know, Lassie just said, Joseph, when people talk like you, they've never struggled.
Oh,
You've never
okay.
walked a day in my shoes, love, or sir, I don't know whether you're a man or a woman. So anyway, go back to what was you just saying? It was free will for what?
The free will doesn't exist, right? So it's not a choice. You can only do what your biology allows you to do, what your environment allows you to do.
I get your point, but then that's
so
like
the
me
point
saying...
is, Joseph, they can't
That's like
make
saying
a
if I've
choice.
not got free will, I could get in my car and drive it through my neighbour's house. Like, do you know what I mean? That's my choice, isn't it? But
But
that
you're not
option
you're
is
not going to do
there.
that. You don't have the free will to do that.
Yeah, but I could if I wanted to, couldn't I?
Okay, prove it. Do it.
But why would I? Because I'm not a fool.
Well, there you go. So you don't have the free will to do it.
Yeah, but if I really wanted to, I could, couldn't I?
Prove it.
But why would I do that though? That's
Exactly.
like,
You can't do it. You won't do it.
no, I won't do it because I'm not a bell end. Like that, I don't know. Like if I was an idiot and I was a tosser, yeah, well, I'd do stuff
Right,
like...
but you're not. So you can't
Right.
do it because you're not an idiot. You don't have the free will to do it.
Okay, so that means that if someone walks through a shop, buys a litre of vodka and pours it down the neck, that means that wasn't free will and they was forced to do that.
Yes. People only do things because of the
Who forced
situation
them?
they're in.
Yeah, but who forced them?
Their parents by giving birth to them.
That's just stupid. That's just weird. I don't know. It's a
No.
mad concept you've got there, mate.
No, Joseph, look, let's take the example of an addict, okay?
Yeah.
So an addict is suffering, they're depressed or something, they're using drugs. You know, there's a reason why all of that happened. They couldn't have just avoided it by making better choices. They made bad choices in the first place because of life and their situation.
Right.
So you look at someone saying, taking drugs and go, oh, why don't they just choose not to do it? You're ignoring all of the influences and all of the factors and pressure on them that's making them do it, that it takes away their choice. We only do what we're motivated to do.
I kind of get your point, like to a degree, but it's wrong, isn't it? Because an addict chooses... So if that was the case, no one would ever recover, would they?
No, some people are more capable of recovering than others.
Because that was their choice.
The thing is, Joseph, everyone has a different brain, right? So some people are born with higher predisposition for addiction, and some people are born with less. So that makes it harder for some.
Mate, there's nothing more than half the time when I sit there and I've had a bad day or a bad week and I think to myself, do you know what? I'm going out and I'm getting bang on it. And I don't. Because I know that I've got 2 kids and responsibilities. So I'd like to go out and get bang on it. I'd like to go and do that, but I'm not going to because it would destroy my kids' lives. But that's my choice.
But not
That's
everyone has kids. Some people have got no one and they've got nothing to live for. So it's different for everyone, and it really does come down to your situation. And there is no free will, right? They can't just decide to stop doing it. And if they did decide to stop doing it like that, then it's because of their brain and the situation.
My kid's mum, the reason I'm on my own with my kids, because my kid's mum was an alcoholic, okay? And it crept in over years. I put up with it for years. That's her choice. She's been to rehab 3 times. She's come back out. She's gone back to drink. That's her choice.
The thing is, we're mistaking that's what they did with their choice, right?
Yeah, but like I'm saying, no, it's not. It's your choice, though, isn't it? If you're an addict and you've recovered, okay, and then
you relapse. That was your choice. No one's walked up to anybody who's a recovered alcoholic
Think of it
or
this way,
a recovered
Joseph.
addiction addict.
Let me give you an example. If I'm in a rush and I'm
Yeah.
really stressed and I'm in a real rush and
Yeah.
I grab something real quick, right? And it was the wrong thing, you wouldn't say, well, you made the choice to grab that, right? That was your choice. You made the mistake. That was your choice. No, the situation we're in defines what we do and our behavior.
Yeah, I get your point. I know what you're saying. Like, you can't control everything what happens around you. Is what you're trying to say.
And we also can't control our minds either. You know, our minds, our decisions are massively influenced by pressure on us. So we don't make perfectly rational decisions. We make decisions based on what we feel at the time.
Yeah, you're right. You are right in what you're saying, but I still don't. I still
People
think you've got
have
a
very
choice to
powerful
everything.
feelings that overwhelm their ability to make good decisions.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I've been there, mate. Everyone, a lot of people probably haven't been there, but there'll be a lot of people like in the chat now that they've been there, but it's. I'm not. You don't. You don't choose to get depressed, do you? And I get your point, and I get what you're saying, but I suppose certain things that are out of your control, well, of course they'll affect you in different ways, but certain things are in your control, aren't they? Do you know? That's just my point and my opinion on it, I think.
So sometimes when it looks like someone is in control, and it's like, well, you know, they could have done that, couldn't they? The thing is, what you're not seeing is all of the stress and depression on them that makes it so that they just can't bring themselves to do it.
To fight the way out of it, yeah. Yeah, I get your point. We'd argue back and forth about this all day, wouldn't we? But no, I just think, well, when I heard the point that the lad was making before, and he was saying, like, you know, people choose to do this, people choose to do that. I do think most things in life, I get not everything you've got a choice of. Do you know what I mean? A lot of things happen out of your control. But I do think the bulk of decisions of people in society are of their own choosing. That's just my opinion. So,
fair enough. What do you think about extinction, though? Would you agree that nobody should suffer?
How do you mean? Go on.
So unless we do total extinction, there will always be people wishing they hadn't been born, begging for death. There will always be animals being tortured horrifically to death by sadists and stuff like that, and by other animals. So should we have a zero tolerance policy on lives of pure hell? Should we make it so that nobody has to suffer that?
What do you mean? So just kill everyone and everything?
Well, unless we do that, everyone's going to keep getting killed over and over again.
Yeah, but everyone dies anyway, don't they? Nothing lasts forever, does it? Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so you agree that life is kind of worthless. Then
no, yeah, I don't think life's worthless to a degree, but I think that you're here for a short time and everyone's going to go eventually.
It's not very important, yeah. But what is important is providing safety, right?
Safety
from a life of hell. Look, our movement is about making it so that nobody has to beg for death ever again. Nobody is born into the hands of a psychopath or a sadist, right? Right now, you can go into a pet shop and buy an animal, take it home, and just torture it for years.
Oh, mate, that's another level. That's mad. You've just said that.
But it's true.
I know,
People do it every day, right? People do it every day. They go into pet shops, buy an animal, and take out a knife and start poking it in the face.
That's just sick, though, isn't it?
But people do that with humans as well, okay? So we should make it so that nobody is in danger of that happening, right? That's what total extinction is about. It's about making sure that nobody is forced into a life that they didn't ask for and to then be tortured.
That's mental, mate. It just sounds mental.
Well, life is mental, yeah.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Life has its ups and downs, like, but I don't know about mass extinction. I get your point, though. That's quite a mad concept to think about that, isn't it? Like, a pet, I've never even thought of that. Like, any nutter could go to the pet shop. That'll be happening all the time.
Yeah, it is happening
every day. That'll be happening 24/7.
Exactly. You get it. You finally get it. Finally, someone that understands.
I get your point. I still think people have a choice. I still think you should have a choice. That's crazy concept of thinking that, to be honest.
But you see, we're taking away the choice for those who we're forcing to be born, right? They're not getting a choice. They're waking up in a dungeon with a a sadist.
What the hell? Mate, anyway, I've got a few bits to do. It was great talking to you. I don't really know where we're going to go with this, so I'll let someone else jump on panel. I'll send you a follow next time you're on. I'll see if I can get back on.
Yeah, nice one. All right,
Great
thank
to
you,
speak to you,
Joseph.
James. Take care, pal.
Yeah, nice meeting
Thank
you. Take care. Yeah, every now and then you have a conversation and they're like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense," and it's like, "What? What just happened? Someone actually agreed." Someone didn't say, "Yeah, let them suffer." Amazing. AWCNR coming on next. Hello, how you doing? AWCNR, you have to stay on TikTok, otherwise you'll get muted. You can't go onto different apps on your phone.
Yeah, it's because I'm texting somebody. Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Oh, so I've got a question to ask because I find something illogical about you.
Okay.
You believe that suffering is bad and that we should end suffering, but the way you're trying to end suffering is by making people suffer. That makes no sense.
Well, no. Euthanasia ends suffering. It doesn't cause suffering.
It does cause suffering because we humans
How?
naturally want to have sex and have children. You do know that, right?
But
Biologically
there's
speaking,
no
of course.
suffering after the euthanasia has been carried out.
Of course, there's gonna be. That's
When?
what you're talking
When?
about is suffering
When?
because
So
you strap a human from its natural
once there's
form.
no life
That's
and there's no suffering, where is the suffering going to be?
It's naturally gonna be there. For an example, right?
Just in the air. Just in the air.
No, that's not how it's gonna work. Okay,
So
so basically, right, when you strap a human from its natural form, that's just suffering by its own.
So
You
you
do
believe
understand
that our
that's the case,
spirits,
right?
our souls will be tortured?
No, not spirits. There's no such thing as spirits. I don't believe in that stuff, right?
That's what it
What I'm
sounded
talking
like.
about is that you do understand. Okay, you do understand that we humans tend to want to have children, right? We do want to
We were
reproduce.
programmed by nature to do that, yeah.
Yeah. When you strap a human from that ability, what do you think is gonna happen?
Well, when we euthanize them, they'll just be safe from suffering. That's
Isn't
what
that
will happen.
suffering?
No.
It is in a way, brother. You took away something that they naturally have.
But once there's nothing there, there can be no suffering ever again.
That's still a bad thing, though. That is still
Why?
morally wrong.
Why
Suffering
is
is morally
safety
wrong.
from
That's why
suffering
you don't
bad?
want it.
Why is safety from
You're still
suffering bad?
making something that's morally wrong. You're doing something that's morally wrong. And also, you talk about
How is
consent
it
and
wrong?
stuff.
You can't just
It's
say it's
wrong
wrong. You
because
have
you
to
take
explain why.
something natural away from them.
So,
That's why it's wrong.
so
It's
if it's
morally
natural,
wrong.
it's automatically good.
That's like saying I'm gonna chop somebody's dick off and then be like, oh yeah, that's not wrong. That's
So
not a
if it's
bad thing.
natural, it's automatically good, you think?
Huh?
So if it's natural, then it's automatically good. Is that your position?
That's not. Well, I never said that. What I said is
That's
that
what you said. Yeah, you
if
said
it's
you're
natural,
taking away something natural, therefore it's
and if
bad.
it's something like reproduction, then yeah, it should be good because we humans want to have sex. You could go out right now, right? Ask a random.
That crazy person is just going to ramble on with absolute nonsense forever. Okay, there's just no point in that conversation. Okay, let's see who we got next. So people are like, James, why do you kick people out of the stream? It's because they're rambling with absolute nonsense, pure rubbish, gibberish. Like, I don't want to hear it. It's like painful to hear such stupid things over and over again. I mean, look, yeah, it's a debate show. We should get some stupid people on and own them. But like, there's a limit, right? Some people are just really annoying. We don't want annoying people on the show who are going to dominate the conversation with nonsense and absolute gibberish. Okay, so I am tempted to call the show there. If we get someone else join the queue now for a good debate, I'll stay on. So let's see if someone's going to join the queue. Will someone accept the challenge for a good debate? It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I don't know. I guess I'm not in that much of a rush. Yeah, maybe another 10, 15 minutes. Let's see. Okay, so the only logical thing to do, the only intelligent thing to do is to to look at the world and say, right, is this world okay? Do I need to do anything about it? Or should I just keep on living my own life? And yeah, we can see, wow, the world is absolutely terrible. This is an awful place. Surely there's something I can do to help. And, you know, we live in a world of overarching systems, okay? We live in a world where you have to vote for the government, which controls the system, controls the world, right? So if the overarching system controlling the world is bad, then yeah, the best thing we can do is to change that, right? People say, no, just do local things in your community. What, while the government is carrying out, you know, massacres and making people suffer? No, you have to take power. You have to take control, because right now, you know, pro-suffering people have the control. They're happy with suffering. They love it when people suffer, and they're going to keep it going forever. So yeah, you absolutely have to go for the overarching system. It's like, you know, if I wanted to dedicate my life to a good cause, why not go for the thing that controls the entire world, right? Why would you go for something small? You should go for something that's going to help everyone, okay? But our world is, people are obsessed with small issues, right? And meanwhile, the criminals are running the overall system. So no, we have to run the system and make the system good for everyone. So that's the most efficient thing you can do with your time if you want to help. It's to change the entire system. And yes, we can do that. The idea that that's not possible is a joke. You already vote. You already have people saying, you know, vote for this party, vote for that party. So yeah, changing the system is already the most logical thing to do, the best way to help the world, right? So yeah, obviously we live in a terrible world, and extinctionists are people that have said, right, I understand that my personal needs are nothing compared to the needs of the world, and that, yeah, I could play Netflix, you know, I could play a game, or I could watch Netflix, or I can spend my time trying to improve the world, trying to improve the system that is controlling this world so that it's better for everyone. So yeah, extinctionists are people that have said, right, well, you know, how can we efficiently and intelligently donate our time to make the world better? Obviously, the system, which is rubbish and causing suffering for everyone, let's change that. You know, the thing that affects everyone, the only thing that can help everyone. Obviously, the system, you know, the government, that's the most effective way to help, not, you know, just giving your neighbor some sugar or something. So, you know, if you're thinking, right, well, you know, what should we do for the world, right? Is there, I mean, this was my thought process, right? I was like, right, you know, I want to do something for the world. I want to be on the right side. You know, people keep asking me to vote, but I don't like these parties. You know, is there a movement that's, you know, going to actually do better than these parties, is fighting for a better world? You know, I looked into like the Green Party, I looked into Greenpeace and stuff like that. And there's nothing, right? So it was only when I found the pro-extinction movement and they said, we're here to end all suffering once and for all, forever, permanently. I was like, oh my God, that makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It's the only thing in the world that makes sense is a suffering-free world, right? Nothing else makes sense. A world where we just ignore the sufferers and just let them suffer, that doesn't make sense, okay? In this world, you have people suffering terribly that need help, and then you have people that aren't suffering terribly and don't need help as much or as badly, right? Obviously, we should prioritize the sufferers, and yeah, in a fair system, you help those that need help the most. You help them first, and you prioritize them. And yeah, you know, we have billionaires, and then we have the sufferers. We should just have no suffering, right? A fair system. You know, people are saying, well, you know, we should reduce the suffering a little bit, but, you know, there's still going to be suffering terribly. That's just why. Why should we reduce suffering and just ignore them, right? They're literally saying, just ignore the sufferers. Just let them suffer. You know, so some pleasure will come out of it. You know, if we kill enough children, if we give birth to enough children and make them suffer, eventually one or two will be happy. It's literally a meat grinder, right? It's a meat grinder, and you're putting innocent babies and children into it. It's the ugliest system we could possibly have. One of just let the suffering continue, ignore it. Let's not have a zero tolerance policy on extreme suffering. Why? People literally say we should not have a zero tolerance policy on cruelty. We should not have a zero tolerance policy on lives of pure hell. Like, what is wrong with these people? We should absolutely have a zero tolerance policy on extreme suffering. We should make it so that nobody is begging for death, wishing they'd never been born. Nobody's being tortured, right? That should be obvious. Safety first, fairness first, those who need help the most first. But so, yeah, why should we allow a system to continue where only the selfish ones benefit and the nice people, the good people, suffer the most, right? They get thrown into the meat grinder. It really is just survival of the most selfish. That's why Donald Trump, you know, the icon of selfishness and greed, he runs the entire world, basically, right? You know, more or less. It should be obvious that we live in the worst possible of all worlds, and that we should all be trying to make the world a better place. And no, that doesn't mean eat vegan, right? It doesn't mean be an anti-natalist. No, because anti-natalists and vegans and all the other stuff, they're still just watching Netflix all day, every day, right? They're still just doing nothing. They're saying, well, now that I eat vegan, I can just ignore all of the suffering in the world. I found an excuse that I can cling on to so that I can watch Netflix instead of actually doing activism. That's literally it, right? So, yeah, let's be against suffering, join the pro-extinction movement, the only movement fighting to end all suffering, the only movement which says we won't allow anyone to suffer, right? That we won't, you know, throw you to the wolves and say, well, we can't be bothered to help you, or, well, you know, he's having fun at your expense, so let him have fun. You deserve to suffer so he can have fun. That's the current society. It's evil. It's as evil as possible. Somebody has cloned me in the chat, apparently. Well, we need more clones. We need more intelligent beings out there, so I'm glad with that. You are pushing kids to suicide. No, life is pushing kids to suicide. We are against suicide, and we encourage people to stay alive and not do suicide so that they can do activism, right? If you're considering suicide, why not consider total extinction instead? Don't end just your own suffering, help end everyone's suffering. Okay, so yeah, we're absolutely against suicide. We need more people to exist, we need more humans. The more humans we have, the sooner we can end all suffering for animals and everyone else. The more powerful a species you have, the more things it can do, right? The more capable it is. So yeah, we need people to be healthy and to be reproducing for hundreds of years at least, until after we've helped animals. James, are you a vegan? No, I did go vegan, but I learned that actually veganism causes more suffering because it basically makes wild animals suffer for the sake of farmed animals. So vegans have zero awareness of their impact on wild animals. They don't care about wild animals. They discriminate against them. And a vegan world would have no deforestation. It would have much more wildlife existing, right? It would have much more space for wildlife. We would, you know, not take their habitats for ourselves. We would leave it to them. So it would have much more extreme wild animal suffering. It would be way worse, basically. However, we should absolutely abolish animal farming, and we should abolish wild animals existing as well. You have to do it in a smart way where you're understanding the ramifications of that one action can have on everything, right? Vegans only care about their actions and their impacts on farmed animals. So when it causes more suffering to wild animals, they literally don't care at all because they're irrational, right? They're not serious people. They're not very intelligent. Okay, Zog is asking to come up, so yeah, sure. And then next we'll get on the clone. Zog,
Hello.
how you doing?
I'm doing good. What about you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Well, I think the greatest way to extinction is to just nuke the whole Earth.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't actually do it. You see, if you look at Chernobyl, that got nuked, and it still has loads of life. And the last asteroid had the power of 1 billion nukes, and that still didn't cause extinction. So no, nukes will never be able to cause extinction.
Right, right. So, what about? Look here, we have left a lot of scars on Earth. I mean, it will be impossible, even if we went extinct. What about all those factories we built? What about all these cities we built?
What about them?
Yeah, what about them is that animals cannot live in those environments.
Yeah, we should make animals go extinct.
Oh yeah.
Well, animals suffer terribly, and they don't deserve to. They should be saved from that.
Well,
I mean,
if
how
no
many animals
nukes,
are born
if no-
just to be eaten alive as a baby, right? You
Right,
wouldn't
if
want to
no-
experience that.
If no nukes, if no wars, if no killing each other, there will be a really, really slow extinction.
Well, no, we should we should do animal extinction with euthanasia, prevention of life, and then we should wipe out humanity as well.
Right. Well, that was all. I don't really have any questions.
Yeah.
I just wanted.
Fair enough, Zog. Thank you for coming on. And when we say wipe out humanity, that's the sooner humanity is gone, the sooner they're safe from suffering, right? So only the lucky, selfish ones will cry about that. The sufferers who are begging for death, they'll benefit, and that's more important. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm just talking in the chat, just enjoying my time here, you know.
Fair enough.
Have you seen my profile picture? Do you like it?
Yeah, I love it.
Really? Okay. Would I be able to upload my own videos and to like debate you and stuff like that? Just, you know.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate your permission. Bye.
No worries. See you later. I totally give everyone permission to make edits and videos. Why not, right? No press is bad press, right? So anyone interested in finding out the truth will come and find my channel or whatever. So why not? Okay, bringing up Harold. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. I would like to ask a question. You obviously want to make human life and everything all extinct, yeah?
Yeah.
That's like the point of this, yeah? To end all suffering.
Yeah.
How do you know in the afterlife we won't just all be suffering?
Oh, well, I don't believe in an afterlife. So.
No, okay, that's great, but you can't guarantee that there isn't an afterlife.
But until we have evidence of an afterlife, then...
Wait. No, you can't guarantee it, yeah? Like, you can't guarantee that this will end all suffering.
Well, you see, the funny thing is that, if you're saying that, we're all going to super hell, basically, right? Then we should do extinction so that nobody else is born to go to hell.
No, because everyone will be suffering.
Where? Well, yeah, but they're going to suffer anyway, right?
Yeah, but your point is you want to make everyone suffer. Yeah, you don't want to make everyone suffer.
No, the point is to make everyone not suffer.
Yeah, no, I get that. You want to make everyone not suffer. So why would you just extinct everyone and make them suffer instantly when you could at least let some people be happy?
Because they could still suffer, right? So to protect
they
them
will be
from
suffering.
suffering.
Let's say that it is eternal suffering when you die. Yeah, it is. Yeah,
like, there's no evidence.
Remember,
of that, right?
there's no evidence that this will end all suffering.
There's loads of evidence.
No, there's not, because you don't know what's going to happen. After we die, you can't tell me that there will be suffering. There might be eternal happiness.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that if you get brain damage, you go to heaven or hell, whatever, with the brain damage, or do you get restored?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, like I couldn't tell you.
But we can't be scared of the flying spaghetti monster either. There's no evidence.
Yeah, like there's no evidence that this will end all suffering. This is all if and buts. But if it was to be the case, you would be sending people to suffer.
You think there's more evidence of super hell than there is that dying ends your suffering?
No, this is what I'm saying. There is no evidence. This is what I'm saying. Like your
exactly. So why would you suggest...
The only right thing to do is end all suffering, and it's right because...
Well, Harold, but by the same logic, I can say that there's a massive chance that we'll all go to heaven.
There could be a massive chance that there's a happy place where everyone could go, but you don't know.
Well, yeah, we don't know, so let's do it and find out, right?
Let's do it to find out, but then you can't go back from it.
But again, Harold, if everyone is going to super hell when we die, then that's going to happen anyway. Then that's going to happen anyway.
And I understand that, but why, if you're so against suffering and everything, why would you not let people live out these years where they can enjoy happiness, even the good people?
Because then they'll suffer.
They're going to suffer anyway. You're sending people to in this like make believe where there could be a super hell, as we're saying, there is a place of suffering. This is what I'm saying. No matter your entire thing is ending all suffering. You want to stop suffering.
Look, Harold. Look, the reason I don't, wipe my ass 15 times in case Jesus is looking is because there's no evidence that Jesus wants me to wipe my ass 15 times, right?
No, and there's no the reason that I'm not going around telling people that everything needs to end is because there's no proof that it will end all suffering.
Well, there's lots of evidence, right? There's loads of evidence that you only suffer because of physical reasons, right?
Okay, superb. Okay, so suffer because of physical reasons. So what if I go to super hell and I suffer because of all mental reasons?
But there's no evidence, right? It's not a
brilliant.
practical way to live. Harold, here's the problem, right? You're
Okay,
saying that we should let children get abused because
not
there might be an
at
afterlife.
all what I'm saying. Not at all what I'm
That's
saying.
what you're saying. You're saying that they're safer being abused than not being abused.
Superb. So let's say super hell does exist. You want to kill everyone and send everyone to super hell, which then means you want everyone to suffer. The child abusers, yeah, but you also want good people to suffer.
But most likely, right? Having extinction will mean that no one else will be born to then go to super hell.
You want to send all the great people, like people that donate to charity, to super hell to suffer for the rest of eternity.
But they're going anyway by your logic.
Exactly. So why not let them live out a great life? You just got to make everyone extinct. Everyone's going to suffer. Your point is you want to end all suffering.
Harold, I really hope you don't become a doctor or a veterinarian, because when you have an animal that needs to be euthanized, you'll say, no, let it suffer. It might go to super hell. Let it keep suffering for another few hours. Don't help it. Don't even give it pain medication. It's the most irresponsible position ever, right? Look, my favorite counter argument to that is, right, so you would just let a pedophile have children and abuse them to death because they're safer in the dungeon of a pedophile and a sadist than not existing, in your opinion. Yeah, that's like the most reckless sort of mentality ever, right? Just let pedophiles have children and torture them because they'll be safer. Yeah, let's vote that guy for president, sure. Amazing. So yeah, look, this idea that but we should be scared of the afterlife. Okay, prove it. Show some evidence, right? Look, if you're religious or spiritual, then you're never really going to understand extinction, because extinction requires a reasonable level of intelligence. So yeah, for spiritual people, just forget it, right? You're never going to understand. Your ability to understand things is seriously compromised. Okay, I think we're going to call it there. Actually, we'll just troll someone real quick before we end the stream. Noisy Attic, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, cool. You're out of here. It's like one of my biggest detractors. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to get going now, guys. It's been like, 4 hours? So follow me, check out the website, check out our Discord. Continue the conversation with us on Discord. You can Google search Abolish Suffering Discord, or you can go on my profile, click on the link, and you'll find the link to the Discord. You can join us there, become an activist, or come and ask us questions if you're not sure if you want to do activism yet. Either way, help us abolish all suffering, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah.